Alright. Oh. Let's see what we can manage. I just made some veal milk. Delicious. Unfortunately, we're at the first quest after finishing Shadowbringers. There's like no way we're gonna manage. Yeah, they're showing GMP. Fine, doesn't matter. So now again, we have to play on my other character. So no kibs for a while. This hairstyle sucks too. Like, yours are awful. Need a sad Pepe. Light plates enter at their own peril. Ah, Robin, you are returned. I hope your time in the source was suitably restful. But of course it wasn't. Go on. Their corporeal ethers show signs of instability. By the gods, the possibility never even occurred to me. If you have returned in the hopes that my research has yielded a solution, I fear you will be sorely disappointed. It's but a mercy we have the likes of Mistress Kryl and Master Matoya to keep our friends' bodies safe while we wrestle with the problem. But they cannot forestall the separation of body and soul indefinitely. Come, the others must be told. What? Hey guys, you're all dying, by the way. You do know that.
Pray excuse my late arrival.
Will Thancred and Reen not be joining us?
Nay, milady. With apologies to all, they beg leave to pursue their investigation of the empty to its conclusion. Should matters here demand their presence, however, they did assure me that they would make themselves available.
Yes, of course. Then let us proceed. I think it best that you begin by providing a summary of Mistress Kryle's findings.
I suppose it was only to be expected that some change would occur.
Yet our souls seem unaffected, to my eye at least. How long they will remain so is another question. Kryle is right. It is imperative we find a way to return to the source.
Perhaps an explanation of the method by which I brought you here will yield some inspiration. Ere I begin, it must be noted that I am by no means a gifted mage. In order to employ powerful magics, I must rely upon the Crystal Tower and its boundless reservoirs of energy. The magic that summoned you was no exception. 'Tis a singular spell, adapted through painstaking effort from the technique that transported me to the First. To use an analogy, it works by cutting a hole in the fabric of reality. A hole tailored to the object of summoning, through which it and it alone may pass unscathed. Though I succeeded in creating said hole, I failed to latch onto my intended target. Instead of you, the spell found those close to you, and ended up summoning them in their incomplete state. I would not soon throw my life away, not after the lengths you and yours went to save it. And so long as I breathe, I will spare no effort to see you safely home. But should all else fail, and your lives be at stake, there remains one sure method.
Oh,
Wow.
what was that for?
How can you even entertain such thoughts? You owe your life to the Warrior of Light, and you don't get to die unless he says so.
Your followers await your divine judgment.
I miss Kibbs.
What did you just...
If the two of you have finished, perhaps we could return to our discussion? Rather than dwelling upon the multiple failed attempts at transference, I think it would behoove us to focus on the solitary success. I would draw your attention to the fact that our friend can travel between worlds possessed not only of his body and soul, but his personal effects besides. This is no different from the teleportation magics to which we are all accustomed. Magics that allow for the transportation of those inanimate objects one considers to be an extension of oneself.
Are you suggesting that simply by considering us his possessions, he could carry our souls back to the source upon his person?
Well, it would be nice if things were that simple for a change. But vague notions of ownership seem a rather tenuous thing to stake our lives on. So much as a moment of doubt on his part, and we'd be left floating in the rift.
Milady hath the right of it. The requisite fixity of belief would be too much to ask even of our friend. Yet, were we to immure our souls within an object in his possession, mayhap then our safe passage could be assured. White Auracite would, I believe, serve as a suitable vessel for this purpose. It was conceived to imprison the massy soul of an Ascian, and should house one of ours with relative ease. We would need only to ensure our soul's safe preservation inside the stone, and identify a means by which they might be transferred back onto our vacant bodies.
Soul preservation and transference. I believe I know of someone who may be able to assist us. On the far shore of the source, there stands a great palace built by the elves. It was forsaken in the wake of the flood, but a certain Numo chose to make their home there soon after. Though they have long lived as a recluse, they once occupied a place of honor in Verbert's royal court, and it is said that none in all of Norvrant is more knowledgeable than they on matters of the soul.
Well, I've no objection to seeking a helping hand, but if they've gone to such lengths to hide themselves away from the world, what makes you think they'd be willing to lend us one?
A worthy question. Years ago, I myself tried and failed to solicit their cooperation in the battle against the Sin Eaters. No sooner had I begun to make my plea than they unleashed a swarm of their familiars upon me. Unlike me, however, you have curried favor with the Fae folk. By that merit alone, I am hopeful that they would grant you an audience. They may still be inclined to turn you away, of course, but if their knowledge might feasibly facilitate your return home, we have to try.
I'm just really surprised that I don't have the free Fantasia. Like, how could I have used it? The Grand Cosmos, that is, the palace we seek, stands on the opposite shore of the source. I will arrange for a boat to carry us there. Whilst thou journeyest thither, I think it best that I devote mine energies to the creation of white orosite. By thy leave, of course. The process requireth no small amount of time, and should the Numo consent to lend us their aid, we will have need of a suitable vessel ere long. Agreed. Then I would ask the rest of you to meet me in Solon, and do be prepared for a warm reception. Maybe that's a better place to put it. Or like below the chat, maybe. That corner. So let's take a little peek here. Well, not the pendants. But maybe it's close enough. Okay, whatever. Retainer fantasy. No, I just want to search for it. Is there like a search function in the inventory? Because there's no other bank kind of service in the game, so it depends if we can go to Limsa and get one from one of the salvagers or something. Nothing there. Nope, I guess not. Unless... Unless... 2. Yeah, I guess. Nope. Can't get nothing. The best we can do is this then. We can take a quick peek in our dudes again. In case I missed it. Not there. Not there. Nope, we don't have one. Oh no, they didn't. Can't cut your hair here. We have to go back to Limsa again. I have to go here. Dino's hair. You know what? I'm just gonna go with something like this. Fine, whatever. Now we go there. Alright, let's actually do the thing now. I wonder if we're gonna have to do any grinding. Because it might demand that I have a high enough item level at some point here. And in that case, it's just gonna be screwed. You can just do that. All right. As I told you before, I had scarcely set foot on the palace grounds when I was set upon by our host's familiars, and I expect our reception today to be no different, which is why I propose we march through the main gate, weapons drawn. I'm sorry, but are we not here to petition for assistance? You can't honestly think barging in looking for a fight is going to persuade them. Actually, I believe the Exarch may have the right of it. They have no doubt poured a great deal of time and energy into their creations. Were I them, I should be most interested to meet with those who could overcome my defenses. As would any true seeker of knowledge, and there is little we can say or do to convince them to help us if we know nothing of their character, nor less why they chose to hide themselves from the world. But if we can seize their interest, mayhap we can earn ourselves an audience. Weapons drawn it is then. Though I must say, Exarch, you certainly seem to be enjoying all this. Do I? Well, I will not deny that I enjoy the thought of fighting out alongside you all rather than pacing about inside the Crystal Tower. You both seem to be in rather high spirits, if you ask me. Not that I am surprised. Your moods invariably improve when Cashew is around. What exactly are you implying? He averted the calamity in the light which seemed destined to consume him has been extinguished. It is only natural that we be pleased to see him. Yes, well, you will have plenty of time to celebrate his good health after we're finished here. Of course. Then let us proceed to the palace.
My strength is yours.
Let's give it our all.
Very well. Very well.
Right. I do remember this dungeon, I think. If it's the one I'm thinking about. Grand Cosmos. Let's see, how do you play this class? Should you value your lives, you will quit this place at once. Now, be gone with you. Alright. I don't know why, but my UI feels like it's a lot more in the way on this server. Bam! Look how they make a mess of my floor. Swish and flick, my lovelies. Where is... There. Swish and flick, my lovelies. Swish and flick. Magic brooms. Now where have I seen these before? I call forth blades to run them through. Torrent blades. There, now I've basically mastered the rotation again. Hey. Brave Knights of Elf, tried and true. What are my potencies here? Let's see. We've got Fated Circle, 320. Burst Strike is 500. The Fated Circle is better on 2 enemies. If you insist on making a mess in my palace, then you leave me no choice. Oh dear, they don't seem inclined to talk. But it was your idea to brandish blades at the door. True. Come, my lovelies, there is filth that wants for cleaning. This boss is kind of wacky. Put it mildly. Such pernicious stains you are. No man. Just watch.
If I must.
Let's go!
If I must. What is life without struggle?
You underestimate me! Leave the healing to me.
Alright, fine. I doubt they will be quite so affable when next we meet. Another chance to pique their curiosity then. Still you press on. How foolish. Alright. El Porksy. conjured forth the garden's wrath. Hold them fast with thorn and vine. Whoa, it's super slow. Come then, little ones. Let me show you the delights of the garden. Ow. Did I turn? Direct seeding. Let's see if we remember the strats on this. Time has come to play, my children. Hearken to my melody.
The time has come.
Right. That's how it works. So close to dying, I'm not gonna bother using the last buff. Save it for next pack instead.
The time has come.
Org pelt of casting. If we dried these leaves, perhaps we could use them for tea. Why are you like this? The garden is ruined! Ruined! Mark my words, you will pay for this. See, all of the classes have like a mini belt lead. Rotation. Dark Knight does too. Why do you persist? Why will you not leave me be? You will be welcome, good sir. What a lovely meal. Piety material, who cares? Knights immortal, heed my call. Seize the intruders who besmirched my hall. Sir Mothberg.
Leave the healing to me. Thaliak, protect me!
Is this guy a mage or he? It's 7 o'clock. How are you still drilling? By the king's judgment, see them fall. Or hold the wheel. Couldn't stun the king. Also, 2 enemies means fated circle. I see you cannot be dissuaded from your misguided path. A pity. Ah, Elfino! Behind you! Haha, very funny. I know they're not ghosts. At least I hope they're not. You have sullied these halls long enough. Come, Lugus, our guests yet want for company. Yep, it's this guy. Insatiable flame, Lugus. He has a bunch of funky strats, actually. If I remember right. Torching left. Okay. Alright. You have to stand somewhere where he just charges to you. But he doesn't AoE any furniture. Because if he AoEs furniture, then they start burning. You don't want that. Hulling Blade, what does that mean? Just gotta move away from the side of the sword.
be nothing left of you but a smoking crater. You underestimate me.
Ah. Ah. You guys have to say. Now they have little choice but hear our plea. Something something. You should have said something. Phew, I'm glad for that to be over and done with. Bitch! Never mind then.
That was my fiercest familiar. Oh, impressive.
Look, 'tis good to see you again after all these years. And judging by your vigorous greeting, I dare say the feeling is mutual. To be sure, a simple shake of the hand would have sufficed by way of welcome, but I shan't complain. But you must be wondering as to the purpose of our visit. We come to beg your assistance in a most urgent matter.
Shake? Beg?
Beg?
Our comrades' very souls are in danger. If we are to save them, we will need the benefit of your unsurpassed knowledge on the matter. Please, will you not sit and hear our plea?
Oh, how dare you! How dare you speak thus in my presence! It was to escape such words of temptation that I hid myself from the world of men. You are sinners, one and all, and I swore never again to have any part in your affairs.
I can only imagine what terrible events forced you into a life of seclusion. But I know that the Numo are a good and noble folk. It is not in your nature to turn a blind eye to the plight of those around you. And in treating with us, I am certain whatever mistrust you feel for man will begin to heal.
If you will not be satisfied, I suppose I could listen. After all, there's no harm in just
Just one.
No. I mustn't. Not again. That damn court mage seemed to have the best of intentions too, and countless innocents died for my naivety. Oh, you know not what you ask of me. What horrors my knowledge has wrought.
You mean the magical plague of Vert?
You know of the plague? Then you know how dangerous soulcraft can be. Instead of saving your friends, you risk damning them. Are you sure you're willing to take that chance?
No. No.
Oh, very well. I will hear your petition, but that is all. And I expect fitting payment for my troubles.
Commensurate with your contribution to our cause. No more and no less, I promise you. With that settled, might I impose upon you to join us at the Crystarium? I'm afraid the nature of my friend's predicament calls for absolute secrecy.
There you go. The others have gone ahead to the Crystal Tower with the Backlog. For the record, I truly wish you hadn't had to resort to using such words when treating with them. I have ever sought to convince, not compel. Yet I cannot deny that a part of me is glad Urian J shared his knowledge of the new Maw with us. Had he not, Backlog wouldn't be here. Speaking of whom, we should hurry. To keep our guests waiting would only add insult to injury. We mustn't dally here any longer, Kesha. If Backlog is to hear the truth of our travails in the first, you of all people should be present. Are they gonna start talking? Disable text auto advance. A beer pack.
I'm sorry. You mean to tell me not only that the return of night was your doing?
You mean to tell me not only that the return of night was
But
your
that
doing?
you hail from another world as well?
Everything we told you, of the source, the shards, the 7 umbral calamities, all of it is true. I realize how fantastical it sounds, and I would not blame you for doubting our testimony. But given your expertise, you must surely have noted the peculiar nature of their souls.
Any other time and I would have dismissed your stories as balderdash and flummery. But upon closer inspection, 'tis plain their souls are far denser than is normal, and that they do not possess true bodies. Save you. Your body is your own. And your soul is the densest of them all.
As I said before, were it not for their heroism, the skies over Norvrant would still be awash with light, the realm yet at the mercy of Vorthri and the Sin Eaters. After all they have done for our home, seeing them safely back to their own, it seems the very least we can do.
Your tale is intriguing. Yes, very intriguing indeed. Simply to hear it is fitting payment in itself. As for your friends, I can but agree. Their valorous deeds on behalf of Norvrant are deserving of recognition, of their own fitting payment.
You will help us then?
I will. I would see my knowledge put to good use for a change. I do have one condition, however. I am not the spry young Numo I once was. As such, I will require assistance in my fieldwork and testing.
It would be our pleasure. We'll be laboring for our own benefit after all.
Who, me? You have spun quite a tale, but tell me, have you given any thought as to how you might return to your world? White aura sight, you say? An intriguing proposition, but one which fails to account for the present state of your souls. They have become highly charged, likely as a consequence of having maintained tangible forms for so long. In such an energetic, unstable state, there is no telling what may happen to their souls within the aura sight. They could very well become immutable to transference, never to be restored to their bodies. Then, would it be possible to force our souls into a state of dormancy, prior to transference? In theory, yes, but the soul is not a candle to be snuffed out and relit on a whim. Well, that sounds ominous. What exactly would rendering our souls dormant entail? In order to maintain a corporeal form, your souls constantly draw ether from your surroundings. This process must be halted, and the resulting surfeit of ether removed. Your minds will ultimately be separated from these fox bodies of yours, rendering you incapable of interacting with the world around you. A cruel fate under normal circumstances, but one which will be rectified upon your return home. leaving lifeless husks, like those poor souls at the inn at Journey's Head, corrupted by the Sin Eaters, their ether made stagnant by the light. Corrupted? Stagnant? Might I see these unfortunate individuals? Why? Do you think you might be able to help them? I might, or I might not, but I shan't know for sure until I have seen their condition firsthand. Then I would be glad to take you to them, on the understanding that you won't do anything which might increase their suffering. It was my faith in man I lost, not my compassion. Well, I see no need for us all to accompany you. While you escort our guests to the inn, I will assist Urianger in creating the requisite aura site. I believe my talents would be better applied to that endeavor as well. Might I leave the three of you to assist Speclog as necessary? Let us make for Almarang then. So this is Halric, is it? Yes, his etheric balance leans perilously towards the light. Towards stasis. What do you suppose will happen to him? Not too bright, are you, boy? The same as all poor souls corrupted by the light. He will become a Sin Eater. You don't know that. We've defeated the Wardens and banished the light from the night sky. Halric was completely unresponsive before, but now... Mumble. Then perhaps there is yet hope. If I may, there is a treatment I wish to administer to the patients. What sort of treatment? In the course of my studies of the soul, I once created a tonic which could temporarily stimulate the ether in one's body. After some refinement, it came to be used by the Knights of Ververt. Then for far darker purposes. Lest it fall into the wrong hands, I swore never again to make it, but for their sakes I will break that oath. It is not like to reverse the stagnation, mind you, but it should offer some measure of relief. Oh, we already got the tonic? We didn't have to collect some berries or whatever? ... Hutton stares blankly at you. It would seem the tonic has had no effect. Oh, what is this warmth I feel in my chest? A voine. Feel warm, and my legs, they don't feel as heavy. Now then, have you noted any change in the patients? A notable rise in body temperature and increased motor function, in most of the patients at least. The more severely afflicted show no response. As I feared then, 'tis true that with the restoration of night, the corrupting influence of light will no longer grow, and yes, their bodies will naturally return to equilibrium given time. But this holds true only for their corporeal ether. Their incorporeal ether, that of the soul, is not so easily mended. Which is why those in the later stages of corruption, like Halric, appear unaffected by your tonic. Precisely. The boy's soul is too far gone, his mind held together by the finest of threads. There is a chance he may one day recover, of course, but it could take years, decades even. By the gods, he could wake to find himself an old man. A fine reward for his persistence, the opportunity to mourn the life he never had a chance to live. No, there must be something we can do. Look, I realize this is not for why we petitioned your aid, but do you think it possible we can find a way to hasten their recovery? Maybe? Nor do I think it impossible that in treating them we might learn something of relevance to your own predicament. I suspect the Crystal Exarch has told you of my past, that I was once a mage of the Royal Court of Ferbert, and that soulcraft was my field of study. The tonic you administered to the patients here is one of the fruits of my labors. I hoped to do great things for the kingdom. But in the end my knowledge brought only suffering, a plague the likes of which none had ever seen. In the hands of unscrupulous men, what should have been my greatest triumph instead became my greatest shame. And now you have a chance to redeem yourself. That I do. A comforting thought indeed. But let us return to the task at hand, finding a means by which we might revitalize these people's incorporeal ether. Do you think it can be done? Were the sky still ablaze with primordial light, I would call it an exercise in futility. But now we may have a chance. The method I have in mind will entail the conjuring of a familiar. They're able to amplify the energies poured into them, making them the perfect conduit for the ether revitalizing magics we will ultimately employ. If you're about to launch into a lengthy explanation of the metaphysics of your plan, don't bother. I'd rather get on with doing whatever it is that needs to be done, if it's all the same to you. Whatever reagents must be procured, or spells invoked, I'll do. I admire your spirit. Very well, your first task will be to gather the necessary materials. The purest of waters and finest of clays, as well as a fey lantern brimming with pixie magic. If you're convinced the resulting familiar could help the patients, fine. Alphen, the water and clay will be simple enough, but I think you know what we'll have to do to get the lantern. You don't mean... The pixies took quite a liking to us before. If we humor them with our company, I'm sure they'll be willing to help us. Fine. We'll pay a visit to Ilmeg, though I never thought you would be the one to suggest going back there. I'm impressed. If you've been there at all, let alone befriended the faithful. Take one of these. Our mission. Oh, while you're about it, seek out the Pneumo of Plaeni. They will be able to supply you with water suitable for our needs. Right, let's get this over with, shall we? There still remains the matter of the clay. Might I prevail upon you to find it? Clay from Amarang would likely be best. Know you of anyone who might be able to assist us? I could ask the miners at Twine. Ah yes, they will be able to point you in the right direction, I'm sure. While you and the twins are occupied, I will see if there is aught else I can learn of the stagnation, which afflicts the people here. That's a lot of quests, dude. Robin! Well, what a coincidence. You've come at a good time. We've just this moment finished repairing the Talus and trolley you lot took to Nabatha-Rain. Trolley was no trouble, but the Talos would have been another matter had we not had a visit from Master Chai. He offered us a share of the leftover building materials from the Daedalus Stoneworks, as well as a few trade secrets to help us along. Clever man, that Chinese. He seemed pretty keen on the ideas I had for putting the giant Talus to work. Like a giant trolley! But Magnus still refuses to see all the good we could do with it. You're entitled to your dreams, Jarek, but that doesn't mean you can go harassing our guests with them. Master Chai was just being polite. And something else. Something tells me Robin here didn't come all this way to talk about trolleys. What is it you need, friend? I see. And this familiar requires clay from Amarang. Well, look no further. If anyone can find you some quality clay, it's us. Saying that, it isn't exactly a commodity nowadays, but there must be some lurking somewhere or other, waiting to be dug up. If I'm not mistaken, there was a time when they used to take clay from Mount Biran mines to make adobe bricks. Place is swarming with coyotes now, but if you're after the good stuff, you could do worse than to look there. There aren't any coyotes here. Oh! One coyote. Bam! Bam! Twins have returned, and in one piece at that. I was convinced the pixies would turn at least one of them into a garden ornament, but no. You have the clay, I take it? Wonderful. We need but combine the clay and the water, then heat the mixture with the Fey Lantern. After that, it will be a simple matter of settling upon a suitable form, and performing the necessary incantation. Becklug, I have a question. In the event that we had need of this spell and you weren't around, would it be possible for another to perform the incantation? Assuming they possess the requisite skill, yes. Podrick and the others have suffered so much, and I swore to do everything in my power to save them. If there's a chance this power could do that, or this spell could do that, I would be the one to invoke it. Mayhap you should be the one to do so. A deep understanding of the subject's physical state, combined with a strong desire to help them, can drastically increase the magic's effect. And you are plainly more familiar with these people than I. I dare say there are few in all of Norvrant more dedicated to finding a cure. Is that not so, Ketchup? Robin. Absolutely. She's the best woman for the job. I'll give it my all. For Halric. For Tisleen. Then we are all of a mind on the matter. Alice says shall be the one to conjure the familiar.
Let us begin. I trust you've prepared the clay? Very good. Now, I would have you sculpt for me a porksy.
A porksy?
Plump, with floppy ears and a short curly tail.
A porksy. I think I know what you mean. There we are. How's that?
Well, it is certainly creative. There's no denying that.
Yes, I'm no artist. Very funny.
Pay him no mind, child. Though it may look like a grotesque parody of reality, it is what the invoker believes that matters.
You're not helping.
But I speak the truth. If successful, this incantation will turn imagination into reality. Which is why the only thing of import is what you believe this figure embodies. You must focus. Hold the Porksy's image steady in your mind's eye. Now then, as I taught you, relax and allow your energies to flow.
With flesh of clay I bid thee rise, on wings of dreams to touch the skies. What once was idle fantasy, I call forth to reality.
Not bad for a first attempt. Now, let us see what can be done for young Halric. Through the operation of the magics you invoked to animate this familiar, it is now replete with the energies required to stir the boy's soul. You need but give it a name, and it will do as your heart desires.
A name. All right, I've decided. Now. Go, Angelo!
Wow, it's a Final Fantasy VIII reference.
Mother,
How is he, Becklug? Did it work? I believe it did. You and your fledgling familiar have done well. If my eyes do not deceive me, a hint of color has returned to his soul. Odds, I would jump for joy if I weren't so exhausted. So close now, Halric. If you're even now in the process of discovering, this magic asks for much of the invoker. As you are even now in the process of discovering, this magic asks much of the invoker. What you may not have realized is that the same is also true of the subject. As such, we must proceed with caution. However, with further treatment, I have the utmost confidence the boy will make a full recovery. Observing the reanimation of his stagnant soul has been most enlightening. I will need time to put my theories to the proof, but I believe I can fashion a spell to produce the opposite effect, that is, to induce stagnation, thus enabling our safe transport back to the source via Aurasight. A thought occurred to me about this treatment. Becklug said that when the soul is rendered dormant, the mind is separated from the body, that a person becomes incapable of interacting with the world around them. Does that not sound a lot like some of the tempered back in the source? Not really. It is the fate of most tempered to become slaves to primals, save in a handful of cases, or am I missing something? If I can master this technique, the art of revitalizing the soul, I know of at least one in the source who could desperately use such a treatment. Kapoo! Exactly. His condition is uncannily similar to Halric's, is it not? The only difference being that his soul was suffused with earth-aspected ether instead of light. It follows that if his soul is subject to similar kind of stagnation, there may be a chance we can save him, right? Forgive me, but who is this Gaboo fellow of whom you speak? I see. His condition does sound familiar, yet there is much more about the soul that remains unknown to even to me. I say this not to discourage you, you understand, but to remind you that this is a delicate work we do here, work requiring patience. Of course, and as long as there is hope for the patients here, I will devote whatever time is needed to see this through. But I refuse to spend that time in idleness. If it's all the same to you, I'd like to stay here with Angelo and continue with her treatment. The two of you should return to the Crystarium with Becklug and see if you can't make some headway with their newly posited theories. I would tell you to rest first, but I see you're not to be convinced. Ah, the fire of youth. Let us return to the Crystarium then. Finally, I found you. Kaishir, what are you doing all the way out here? There's trouble back in Yulmore. Lady Chai is beside herself. Sighing, pacing, the whole lot. Near enough begged me to go and find you. Sighing and pacing, you say? It must be urgent. I take it I will be returning to the Crystarium alone. Go on then. It's not as if I have anything for you to do. Thank you, Becklug. Sorry for bothering you and all that, but she says the future of Yulmore's at stake. Lady Chai is up in the parlor. Best not to keep her waiting, eh? Well, not here seems out of the ordinary, though I do not see Lady Chai anywhere. Probably pacing around outside again, staring off into the distance and all that, sighing. Strange. Let's see if we can find her and discover the source of her distress.
Thank heavens you're here.
Lady Chai, whatever is the matter?
I knew not where else to turn. Oh, this is all too much for my poor heart to bear alone.
Alone? What of Master Chai?
That is the very reason I summoned you. He's gone.
What? What happened?
It all began after the events at Mount Golg. With Lord Vorthri out of the way, we all agreed that a new leader must be chosen.
And so you held an election?
Yes, well, sort of. Not a single person volunteered to stand, you see. After a lifetime of leisure, we free citizens have grown somewhat indolent. Readapting to the harsh realities of life is trying enough, but to take charge of a broken city as well? No one wanted such responsibility. Nevertheless, Yulmore could not well do without a leader, and so we decided that anyone and everyone should be considered a candidate. And after we cast our ballots and tallied the votes, the mayorship fell upon my dear husband.
Well, given the manner in which he orchestrated the construction of the giant Talos, none could deny his leadership qualities.
But even before then, he had proven himself at Daedalus Stoneworks, don't forget. He is more than qualified for the role. The perfect choice. Indeed. I told him as much when his victory was first announced. But perhaps I was too forceful in my attempt to encourage him. For shortly after that, he vanished without a word.
You believe he was so daunted by the burden of leadership that he felt compelled to flee? Please, Lady Chai, dry your eyes. Your husband does not strike me as the sort of man who would abandon his duty, much less his beloved wife. There has to be some other reason for his absence.
You truly think so? What about you? What do you think has become of my husband?
Dot, 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 dot. Sorry, but I think he's fled.
Nay, my friend. The one thing he has not done is flee. Of that I am convinced. Through the most testing of times, he has ever remained at Lady Chai's side, placing her happiness before his own. He would not abandon her now. Wherever he may have gone, rest assured we will find him.
Thank you, my dear boy. You have set my mind at ease. I will trust in my husband and await his return.
Ugh. Makes no sense for Master Chai to have left without a word, but even if he had, he would not have done so unobserved. Someone here will have seen something, I am sure of it. We should split up and inquire as to whether anyone saw him leaving, or feeling that if they would have any idea where he might have gone. I will meet you at the Glory Gate to compare notes later on. I'm progressing the MSQ. Oh, he's progressing! He's progressing! So am I. Master Chai! Why, yes. I spoke with him recently, though I recall he was in a rather dour mood. Concerned about Yulmore's neglect of industry, you see. With Lord Valthry's apparently inexhaustible stores of meal, and no greater need for money, it's little wonder our businesses were all but forgotten under his rule. But I assured Master Chai that the Boutique of Splendors would do all it can to contribute to the revival of trade here in Yulmore, which seemed to satisfy him. He took his leave soon after. You're very daring to hop in here, though. Literally any moment there could be a big, gigantic spoiler. In the buttress. Who am I to ask? Anyone here? No? No one here? Sawdust quest? I'm not sure what that part is. But they all have some filler. Stormblood actually has quite a lot of filler. Talk to 10 people around the entire city? Yeah. Or just go and like meet the random fish people. Looking for Master Chai, are you? Is something amiss? When last I saw him, he seemed ready to collapse from exhaustion. I insisted he rest and catch his breath, and we talked for a while about his concerns over the city's defenses, amongst other things. He made more than a few valid points. Many of our men are still recovering after your confrontation with Lord Valther, and finding General Ranjit in a heap in the middle of the plaza shook us all to the core. The man commanded no small amount of loyalty, and some of our longest-serving soldiers seemed lost without him. Indeed, a number of them left. Not that we blame you, of course. Without you and yours, we would still be blind to the error of our ways. Anyway, funding permitting, I have proposed replenishing our ranks with volunteers from the derelicts and Gate Town. We have a duty to protect not only Yulmore, you see, but the surrounding regions of Collusion as well. And I, for one, would welcome any man or woman willing to take up arms for that cause. Indeed, I told him as much, and he seemed relieved to hear it. It was on that note that we parted ways. He headed outside, as I recall. They could have given Ranjit a little bit more depth. Like, I think he's a good character, but you don't really get it unless you get it. And otherwise he just seems like evil. I recall a man fitting that description. Asked to speak with the poor buggers lately come from Bright. Said he wanted to know the state of things down in the deserts, and you can be sure we gave him an earful. Lack of food, medicine, clothing, there was plenty to tell. We hunt high and low for whatever we can scavenge, and it's barely enough to fill our bellies. But folk here don't just want to survive, they want to thrive. When he heard that, he started mumbling to himself. Something about finding us work, I think. Fair play to him, though, not content with having his ear chewed about the derelicts. He asked about the other settlements and all. After that, I can't really say. Looked like he was headed for Gate Town when last I saw him. It's China? No, it's Doma. What makes you think it's China? Ah, there you are. How did you fare? Have you learned anything which might offer a clue as to Master Chai's whereabouts? Interesting. He apparently paid a visit to the Queen Bee as well. They discussed the possibility of granting admission to customers from outside Yulmore, an idea to which the proprietor was surprisingly receptive. Sounds like he's got big plans for the place. Yulmore, I mean, not the bee. Perhaps, but the question remains, where did he go after leaving the city? I mean, there are some Chinese influences, but it's mainly Japanese. If anything... Kugane? I don't know if you've been to Kugane. I think you've been to Kugane. Kugane is more like Hong Kong. Except if it was Japanese. All we know for certain is that Master Chai has shown great concern not only for Yulmore, but its surrounding settlements. It seems logical then that having consulted those within the city walls, he would wish to do the same to those without. Robin, if you would go and make inquiries in Right. I shall do likewise in still time. Gate Town I leave to you, Kaishir. Fair enough. Where should we meet when we've finished? Well, Top Run would seem to me to be his next most likely destination. Let us reconvene there. With any luck, one of us will have stumbled upon him by then. But if not, we will be well situated to continue our search. Hastelet. You know, I'm actually pretty tempted to do Final Fantasy 1 to 15. We'll see. It's Hastelet. I haven't finished 2 and 3 either. And I haven't finished 12. No, the name doesn't ring any bells. But there was a rather dapper-looking Mistel gentleman here not long ago. He wanted to talk about relations between Right and Yulmore, or rather the lack of them. We lost a great many people to their promises of meal and the chance of lavish life among the free. And Valkyrie thought to take even more from us, conscripting the few able-bodied men we had, left to guard his paradise. I needn't tell you what happened when the Sin Eaters came. Such things are hard to forgive. But Valkyrie's gone now, and we're curious to see what will become of Yulmore in his absence. That's what I told your friend. Chai News, was it? And I'm sure the others said the same. Not what he wanted to hear, I suppose, because he left soon after, and that was that. So, he paid a visit to both Right and Gate Town as well, did he? I see. Kaishir and I glean much the same. He seems determined to salvage what goodwill might yet remain among the settlements of Collusion. The only likely place he has left to go being Amity. Come, if we're quick, we may yet catch up with him. Robin, Alphino, Kashir, what's going on here? We might ask you the same, Master Chai. We've been looking all over for you. Looking for me? Whatever for? Lady Chai has been nigh inconsolable in your absence. She claims you disappeared without so much as a word, and bade us return you to her side. What in blazes are you talking about? I left a letter for her in our chambers. Oh, I suppose she could have overlooked it, and when she gets an idea into her head, I can only apologize. No harm done, Master Chai, but since we're here, I might ask what compelled you to come all this way. We were told you had been elected mayor, and from what we have gathered from the nearby villages, you have been inquiring about the people's grievances. Is it safe to assume you mean to take office? Oh no, let's not jump to conclusions. I did seek to learn about the problems faced by the people of Kalusha. That much is true, but I am by no means sure I am the man to solve them. Tackling our many challenges will require resources, and until I have secured them, it would not be right to assume the role of mayor. I see, and you believe said resources can be found here. Indeed, the people's grievances are many, but in the course of my inquiries, I have already met with several individuals willing to lend their aid in addressing them. However, there remains one individual crucial to my plans, a man whose counsel might yet make a mayor of me. With respects, such forethought is in itself proof of your suitability. The city needs you, Master Chai, and I'm certain this man of whom you speak, whoever he may be, will reach the same conclusion. For what little it is worth, we will vouch for you should he require convincing. We believe in you, Master Chai. I don't know what to say. You don't need to say anything. You've got your actions to speak for. For as long as I can remember, all I ever wanted was to make it into Yulmore. But that dream is gone now, burst like a bubble. Or a boil, more like. Anyway, outside of repaying Master Alphino, I haven't a clue what to do with myself. Spent most days in a daze, you know. You've been running up and down, trying to find ways to fix this mess for everyone. And I reckon you can do it. You got this lot up Mount Golgi, didn't you? How hard could mayoring be? You're going to steer Yulmore to a better future, I know it. And I want to help, properly help. Do something that makes a difference. I don't know what it is yet, but I'll work it out on the way. If you let me come with you, that is. You give me entirely too much credit, the lot of you. But I can't deny it gives me heart. Come then, let us press on together. Thank you, Master Chai. We mustn't get ahead of ourselves. Yulmore needs more than a man with good intentions, which is why I'm here, to find one with the experience needed to see the city thrive. Who is this man exactly, and are you certain he's here in Amity? Rendon is his name, and yes, he is. Or was. I had scarcely begun to explain myself when he decided his time was better spent elsewhere. He served as chief advisor to Walthy's father when he was in office. If Ranjit was the mayor's right hand, one might say Rendon was the left, and between them they kept Yulmore on the road to prosperity. The city needs more than a mere man of business, which is why I must find him. But even if you do, what makes you think he will listen? Before giving chase, might it not be wise to speak with those who know him, here in Amity? They may be able to shed some light on his reasons for rejecting your overtures out of hand. Yes, I suppose that makes sense. Perhaps we should start with Tristel then. As I recall, you made rather a favorable impression on him. I'm certain he would be willing to talk to us. Greetings, friend. And you too, Master Chai. I presume you are here to ask after Rendon. I couldn't help overhearing your earlier exchange. Yes, well, with Walthy gone, Yulmore wants for a leader. Should no one rise to the challenge, the city could very well collapse. I came here seeking Rendon's counsel in the hopes that we could build a better Yulmore together. And that is still my wish. But given how abominably you were mistreated there, I will quite understand if you choose not to help. Worry not, Master Chai, I bear no grudge against you or the people of Yulmore, and I would not see you suffer for Vothri's villainy. If, as you no doubt gathered from your meeting earlier, Brendan can be rather uncompromising. He has his principles, you see, and little patience for anyone he deems less committed to their own. Your desire to right the wrongs of your past, of Yulmore's past, is quite admirable, but I fear the guilt you bear on the city's behalf works against you. I can see it in your eyes, in the way you carry yourself. It goes without saying he sees it as well. You must let those feelings go, Master Chai. Be more assertive, commit to this course, and prove to him Yulmore has the resolve to change. Resolve to change? I believe he was heading towards Pit 8 when he left. If you plan to go and speak with him, I suggest you be firm and clear in your intentions. Very well, to Pit 8 we shall go, and I will not take no for an answer. Nay, not even a maybe. Yum!
Well, well, it's you again. Well, I see you've invited your friends. Need them to fight your battles for you, do you?
No, I didn't invite them, as it happens, though they are indeed my friends. Well, not only mine, but every true Yulmoran's. They are the ones who awakened us to the truth, to Lord Vothri's villainy, the famous warriors of darkness.
Are they now?
Yes, they are. It would be no exaggeration to call them our saviors. We owe much and more to their kindness, but we cannot depend on that kindness forever. To do so would be a little different from entrusting our affairs to Lord Vothri. Nay, we must learn to stand on our own 2 feet. And I would have them present to witness my attempt.
Hear, hear, Master Chai.
Your sentiments are admirable, yet admirable sentiments do not a nation make. In my capacity as advisor, I once strove to build a better Yulmore. Gave honest counsel to my superiors, drafted laws for the benefit of one and all. But in time, my values fell out of favor. There was no need for them in this paradise Vothri was creating. And so I left my homeland behind. But you, Chai News, you were content to wallow in indolence under Vothri's auspices. And so I cannot help but ask myself what manner of nation you intend to build.
I can offer no simple answer to that question. But this much I will say. It is my hope that Yulmore can become a nation which her citizens might freely choose to build together. A great many people, myself included, flocked to Yulmore seeking sanctuary. The alternative being to live in fear and die in pain. Seemed an easy choice. And sanctuary we found. As much food and drink as we could ever want. Secured at the cost of the surrounding villages. Little wonder the people gathered at our doorstep, begging to work among the bonded. The free were blind to it all, of course, content to as you say, wallow in indolence, in ignorance. Were I mayor, I would first take stock of the city's resources and see that they were assigned equitably. Our days of reckless consumption are behind us. The distinction between free and bonded died with Vor3. The needs of rich and poor alike must be considered if our nation is to survive. To which end I would take steps to secure channels for supplies, rekindle relations with nearby settlements, who re-establish industry, reach out to neighboring nations, and the list goes on and on. But I am no ruler, nor even a politician. I am an entrepreneur. My expertise lie in planning and profit. I haven't the knowledge or experience to run a nation. Please, Rendon, will you not help me? Together, we could solve the city's problems. Build a Yulmore for the people.
A Yulmore for the people. I rather like the sound of that. But before I offer you my counsel, I would be certain of your ability to perform the duties of office.
You would?
You ask me to help you solve Yulmore's problems, but first I would see you solve one on your own. Accomplish that, and you will prove both to me and the people that you are a man worth following.
Right then. Is there a particular issue you would have me resolve? You seem to have conducted an assessment of the problems Yulmore now faces. I assume you will agree, therefore, that the matter of dwindling food stores is the most pressing. Ah yes, meal being neither a desirable nor less sustainable option, I assume alternative foodstuffs are now required to fill the void. And a man who hungers is not like to contribute much to society, save violence perhaps. So tell me, how do you propose to solve this problem? Give me a satisfactory answer and I will consider offering you my counsel. A combination of measures would seem to be in order. One to address the immediate issue of supply, and another that of production. Go on. For the present, Yulmore's coffers can be used to purchase food from our neighbors. This would afford us time to address the underlying problem that affects us all, the long-standing neglect of agriculture. The villages that once served as sources of trade for foodstuffs must be repopulated, their means of production restored. This assumes, of course, that we can rekindle relations with our neighbors, guarantee security and stability in the region, and most importantly, find people willing to leave the city and take up the rebuilding effort. My. Think of that all by yourself, did you? Well, yes. It began as a rather abstract plan I drafted some time ago, after speaking with the peoples of Yulmore and the nearby settlements. Huh. You've impressed me, Chinese. I have? Well, that is a relief. Oh, you haven't secured my support just yet. Only my attention. Grand plans will not be enough to persuade the masses. If you would ask them to rebuild, you must provide them with the means to do so. A fair point, Rendon, and one to which I have given much thought. I propose the use of talents to aid in the establishment of the maintenance of these settlements. Their employment should drastically improve the efficiency and ultimately increase production. Talos. But Daedalus Stoneworks closed the doors years ago. Without a ready supply of the necessary equipment, the people would starve before your plans could be put into effect. Well, as the heir to Daedalus Stoneworks, it just so happens that Talos are my field of expertise. And with a little help, I am quite certain we can acquire what we need in no time at all. Don't you smirk at me. Brendan is quite right. Building Talos from scratch would require time we simply do not have, which is why I propose to make use of the long-abandoned Talos which wander the hills of Collusion. They will need to be deactivated, of course, and if my memory serves, the tools required to do so should still be at top rank. Come with me. Feels weird to be doing real quests all of a sudden. Yeah. Wait, what the fuck? Chat isn't working. Do you have that much complaining in you? What? Haven't finished a single one? That was ages ago. I'm not sure what that was about. Aha! The old memory hasn't let me down. Restream wasn't working. This chest contains canisters filled with a dashedly potent insulating powder capable of halting the flow of ether in a Talos. We need only get within throwing distance of one and let fly, thus disabling them without damaging them. Ingenious. An old trick of the trade, nothing more. Once disabled, it should be a simple enough matter to get them to march to Yulmore. More extensive repairs can wait. Ordinarily, this is where I would ask you to return along to do the deed. But as I have said before, it's high time we learn to stand on our own 2 feet. Thankfully, throwing canisters is something even I should be able to manage. Come off it, Master Chai. Even if the Talos ain't a threat, there's 101 other things out there waiting to make a meal of it. That as may be, Kaishir, but Randon tasked me with solving this problem. And I will not sit idly by, while others risk everything to see my harebrained schemes realized. Not this time. Which isn't to say that the mere thought of it doesn't fill me with dread. Truth be told, I can't feel my legs. But if I'm to prove I'm a man worth following, I must lead by example. Well said, Master Chai. Hear, hear. Yes, well, it should go without saying that I have no intentions of dying for this. I've always preferred living to see the fruits of my labors. And to make sure I do, I will require your help. It is as Kaishir says, these lands are dangerous if one is not careful. I would ask you to use my spyglass to look out for any beasts that could get in the way of my work. I would also need you to alert me when it's safe to subdue the Talos. Understood? Good. Then let's be off to the quick way. Through the north gate and see if we can find a suitable vantage point for you. I must be careful. Oh, go! Good job. I did it. I did it. Let's move on to another tablet, shall we? Persis, it's not alone. Calm yourself, old boy. Everything will be fine. No! Please don't turn around. Ah, it's seen me. Okay. Let's start from the beginning, dude. We already took care of this one. Yum. Good job. They look away? That guy. Opening. I trust him. He's like, send me now. And then I send him. Okay. I do believe I'm getting the hang of this. You may leave the next one to me, Rob. Damn, dude. Ah, that should do it. Now we have all we need to proceed. Sick, dude. I can scarcely believe it. It was a reckless, foolish plan, but somehow it worked. I did it? Master Chai, I believe I owe you an apology. Your plan to replenish Yulmore's food stores showed forethought and sound judgment. What's more, it's plain your time at Daedalus Stoneworks has equipped you to lead, as evidenced by the extraordinary company you keep. You, sir, are more than qualified to be the next mayor of Yulmore. I thank you for your vote of confidence, but the fact remains I am wholly ignorant of the world of politics, which is why I would ask you to join me and grant Yulmore the benefit of your counsel. I would be honored. When the people behold these talents, I have no doubt they will lend you their support. It would seem Yulmore's leadership is at last in capable hands, would you not agree? We should probably be getting back soon, Master Chai, after you've tinkered with the talus and all that. Lady Chai is worried sick.
Right then. Form a line and make for Yulmore.
What's that noise?
He's dirty.
Wicked White! Runaway Talos! Call the guard!
And they're just like standing around there. Like, don't worry about it.
Stay back! All of you!
Is that... Darling, you're back.
But of course I'm back. You didn't see.
Dearest, I can't.
Oh! Oh dear.
Oh, thank you.
I'm sorry, my darling. It's just the sight of you filled me with such joy, I couldn't help myself.
Oh, no, it's all right, dear. I should have just come out and said what it was I was intending, instead of entrusting the task to a hastily scribbled letter.
Does that mean you'll do it?
Well, I'm here, aren't I? I mean, not that my absence signified any unwillingness, you understand? Oh, no, naught could be further from the truth. I only left to enlist the aid of the former mayor's senior advisor. And now that I have it, I believe I am ready to take office.
Oh, how wonderful!
You just did this.
Dearest, please.
That was quite a reception, one Master Chai will struggle to forget. More seriously, the arrival of the Talus has seized the public's attention. Once word has spread around Yulmore, it will be that much simpler to gather one and all, so that Master Chai can make his inaugural address. Ah! No need to fret, Cashew, I have never felt better. And not at all overawed by the prospect of addressing the assembled masses of Yulmore. As for where to do it, if we're to accommodate everyone who might feasibly wish to attend, I suppose the only place large enough would be the Emergent. Then I will go and spread the word among the citizens, both free and bonded, that they are to assemble there to meet their new mayor. You there, Kai Shear, was it? Would you go and inform the residents of Gatetown and the derelicts? Of course I will. Good lad. I will let the guards know not to bar the way to Balthury's chambers. It goes without saying that I expect the Warrior of Darkness to attend, assuming he's available. Might as well see it through to the bitter end, eh? The doorman at the Crown Lift will show you up. While we teleport, I am going to go to the bathroom. Ah yes, Master Chai told us to expect you. The Emergent is already filling up with people of all persuasions, free and bonded, citizens and non-citizens. But for you, our guest of honor, we have reserved a place at the front. Right this way, sir.
Go on, dear.
Thank you all for gathering here today. But before going any further, could I ask the free citizens of Yulmore to look around? 'Tis a sight none of us would ever have seen under Lord 4-3's rule. Not only do we stand in the familiar presence of those we once called the Bonded, but today we welcome the peoples of the Derelicts and Gate Town too. Today we welcome the Warriors of Darkness, come to bear witness to Yulmore's new beginning. As you know, an election was recently held, at the end of which I had the honor of being chosen to succeed Lord Vorthry. You place great faith in me, and I promise to do my utmost to live up to your expectations, and I will seek always to carry out the duties of this office with integrity and fairness. Always, I say, but not forever. Let it be known that I do not intend to hold this post indefinitely. I consider myself but an acting mayor, who will serve only for the interim, while Yulmore is reshaped according to a new set of values. No longer can we think of ourselves as divided, as the free and the bonded, citizens and non-citizens. The systems put in place by Lord Vorthry must be undone. But even as we tear down the old, we must give thought to the new, to what manner of nation Yulmore should become. Whatever the answer may be, it cannot be decided by one man alone. And so I propose that an open forum be held, that we might all discuss how best to strive towards a better future. However, there can be no talk of the morrow unless we first address the issues of today. Securing new sources of food, rebuilding relations with our neighbors, re-establishing industry. There is much and more that needs to be done. Too much for a mere man of business. And so I pledge instead to do everything in my power to ensure our city's security and stability while we all work together to see these problems solved. The road before us will not be easy, and I know full well how daunting the prospect of honest labor may seem to some of you. But we must accept the reality of our circumstances. We must move forward. This much we owe to ourselves and to the brave heroes who risked their lives to bring back the night. Once we have shored up our city's foundations and regained some semblance of normality, let us reconvene to speak of the future. Until then, I humbly ask that you lend me and each other your strength for Yulmore!
That was a fine speech, Master Chai. I believe your words stirred every soul in attendance. Stirred them to action, I hope. If I have learned anything from all of this, it is that change begins with the individual. It is but a matter of finding the strength to take the first step. Assuming my fellow Yulmorans can, it shall be my honor and privilege to help them walk this road we have chosen. But we must not forget the individuals who made all of these changes possible. Were it within my power, I would carve a tribute to your heroism in the very stone upon which this city stands. I hate to change the subject, darling, but now that you have officially taken office, have you given any thought to your mayoral seat? We will not be moving into the emergent, dearest. It's too big for one thing and too far from the people for another. We will retain our current residence, and I will govern here in the park. Oh, I was hoping you would say that. I much prefer the view from the park. Begging your pardon, Master Chai, but have you got time for a word? Yes, of course, sir. Hathen Bet? Aye, that's me. I liked your speech, but there's folk outside these walls as don't even have enough food to last till tomorrow, and more who are counting their crumbs. If you have a plan to change that, I want to help set things in motion. Then we've much to discuss. No sooner do I take the office than my work begins in earnest. Well, I suppose I brought it upon myself. Thank you again for your help, Robin. I hope to see you again before long. What a day! I don't know what it means exactly, but I do know I've got plenty to think about. I sense we all have a great deal to consider. What? What? Sperm is being used to create an eco-friendly alternative to plastic. Like, I hate libtards. They're retarded. I sense we all have a great deal to consider. I had resolved to remain here until such time as Yulmore's future was secured, but it's clear to me now that the city is in capable hands. I have every confidence that they will find their way, and I believe it is time we went on ours. So, Alphino's leaving too, is he? Seems like everyone's moving on, and everything's changing. I've been thinking about what I should do in all this. Like I told you, I spent most of my life dreaming about living here with my friends, in paradise. Where are your friends? That paradise is gone, but something better has taken its place, and I reckon I want to be a part of it. This Yulmore for the people Master Chai's been going on about ain't gonna build itself, after all. Not that I'm much of a builder. Me and my friends will find a way to make a difference, though. Help keep things changing for the better. A far nobler dream than the one to which you clung before. And one I am happy to say we share, Whatever path you choose, I will pray for your success. Well, when you put it like that, there's no going back now, is there? We've got a few ideas on how we can do our bit. Just a matter of taking the first step. Truly, to see Kaishir thus inspired by our actions is inspiring in itself. Yet, however much I wish to stay, to see what comes of his efforts here in Yulmore, we have matters of our own to attend to. Come, we should return to the Crystal Tower. Mayhap Becklug's studies have borne fruit in our absence. Lights are banned from looking now. That just a stupid video. He's gonna get spoiled. He's gonna get spoiled right now. Promise. Watch. Welcome back. We are given to understand a new mayor has taken office in Yulmore. Indeed, our good friend Master Chai was selected by popular vote and, after some considerable soul-searching, chose to accept the post. It is a shame you weren't able to attend his inaugural speech, though I have no doubt you will see more of him in the future. Because we're not retarded like you are. But tell me, how fared you in preparing the White Orsite? Our work did not proceed quite as expected. In your absence, we had a frank discussion on the principles of soul transference and concluded at length that White Orsite was ill-suited for our purposes. But, Rionjay, did you not say that compared to the massive souls of an Ascian, the stone could house one of ours with ease? That I did. Yeah, but that's because you're retarded. That I did, and armed as we are with Becklug's invaluable insight. 'Twould indeed prove a trifling matter, were we to disregard the inviolable link twixt mind and soul, a link which would, we did belatedly realize, be weakened most perilously in the process of rendering our souls dormant, as Orsite doth require, thus the shedding of these fleshly simulacra, and the surfeit of ether which compriseth them, would in all likelihood deprive us of our psyches as well. It would theoretically be possible to channel your minds into the Orsite instead, but we would more than likely sacrifice your souls in the process. Which is why we have abandoned the plan, and instead devoted our time to finding a means by which mind and soul might be transported together. And we are no closer to a solution than when we first began. It is a vexing conundrum indeed, but one for which the Crystal Exarch has posited a most intriguing solution. When our discussions turned to the transference of memories in the psyche, I could not help but be reminded of a technique with which I have personal experience. Robin, do you recall what we learned of my eyes from our encounter with Doga and Une? I speak of the royal eye of the Allagan imperial line, gifted to my forebears, through the blood and memories of the ancient Allagans. It is by this gift that I am able to control the Crystal Tower. If we were to gain an understanding of the technology by which the Allagans were able to accomplish this transference, perhaps then we could keep mind and soul together. Imagine, if you will, a device like unto a soul crystal, replete not only with our worldly memories, but also the bountiful energies of the soul. That is our current avenue of investigation, and we will follow it wheresoever it leads. While we are thus engaged, I think it best that that Robin return to the source and inform Kryl and the others of our findings. Agreed. I imagine Tataru will be relieved to hear we've made progress of the sort. Then I would beg leave to relay our findings unto Thancred and Reen, and to assist where I may in their investigation of the empty. Yes, please do. Should we have need of your counsel, we will not hesitate to summon you. Give our regards to Tataru, won't you? Okay. Robin, you're back! Damn it. How did everything go in the first? Wait, don't tell me. Kryl will be here shortly, and she'll want to hear too. She is just tending to the others. Their bodies, I mean. Gods, I don't think I'll ever get used to saying that. Anyway, you can tell us everything the moment she gets here. Cutscenes.
Sorry to keep you waiting. I've carried out the treatment as per Master Matoya's instructions. It should slow the destabilization of their corporeal ether quite significantly. But tell me, how fare our friends in the first?
Terribly.
So this Becklug's the first to lead an authority on soulcraft, are they? Sounds promising.
And Urianger's proffered solution of white auracite is rather ingenious now that I think of it. Well, while they press on with their preparations, you may rest assured we will continue to do our part here.
Oh, you're back. And none the worse for wear, I see.
He changed his clothes, I think so he could fit in better in Garlemald. But he couldn't be arsed to get a pair of pants. He's still wearing his armored pants.
Estinian! Oh, thank the gods! We've been worried sick. Did you lose your link pearl or something?
The situation in Garlemald has become more complicated. I was making my escape from the capital when I ran into one of yours, Riol. He thought it best we come straight here.
More complicated how?
Where to begin? After entering the Empire via Razad Han, I went about my mission of investigating Black Rose. It was then, inside a provincial factory, that I encountered the one who styles himself Shadow Hunter, Gaius Baelsar. Our goals being apparently aligned, we joined forces and ventured on into the heart of the capital, to the very Imperial Palace itself. There, we found a man whom all assumed dead. But his soul lives on, and he has wrested back his flesh. Xenos ye Galvas. Nor did the surprises end there, for no sooner had we arrived than he murdered his sire in cold blood. The Emperor is dead. This sent Gaius into a rage, and he charged in, blade drawn. What's wrong?
We've already seen this. Maybe not the entire thing. I've seen him in action. His body, at least. You will not best him alone. Nay, death will not come easily to that thing. If you would join me, then by all means. What good it will do? The Black Wolf and the Azure Dragoon. I suppose this might suffice. Come then. That attack sucks, dude. Ah, the simple pleasure of one's own flesh. Truly there's no place like home. Abomination. Whatever he is, Robin was barely a match for him, if we stay here much longer. Emperor Varys, your Radiance, are you alright? We may wear out our welcome. Your Radiance? No! Must even the most middling of sport be spoiled? The world conspires to bore me. But I have no cause to remain. I leave these vermin to you. Xenos! Well, any bright ideas? Just one. Ah! Your Radiance! The intruders have taken flight. I repeat, the intruders have taken flight. Deploy all available Magitech armor. We cannot let them escape. play this guy. Yeah, so sick. He has 2 moves. Alert! Alert! Intruders detected in the Imperial Way. All available units. Converge. Too much text. Seems there's no turning back. We must force our way through. Why just defeat? Black Wolf is among the intruders. Deploy Magitek arm. There they are. Stop them. Let's keep moving. Oh, what the fuck? You won't escape, guys. Spades are. Whoop. On my mark. I think not. That attack sucks. Stop using it. This way, quickly. We make ourselves easy marks by moving together. I suggest we split up. Alright then, I will take the lower, so to speak. I will see you outside. Stay safe. I have no idea what kind of logic that is, but sure. He's just running in random direction. He has no idea where he's going. Well, someone's been busy. Arc Ultima. Volatile prototype. And you would bar my way, would you? So be it. Candid Hawk, lend me your strength. It seems we've been afforded an impromptu field test. Ready all battle data and begin test sequence 2.0. Oh, now we have new abilities. Delivers an attack with a potency of 600 to all nearby enemies, as well as enemies in proximity to those initially affected. Delivers a jumping fire-based attack to target and all enemies nearby it with a potency of 1500. Blah, 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 blah. Delivers an attack with a potency of 3000, absorbs a portion of damage dealt as 8 hit points. Delivers an attack with a potency of 500, damage over time. Okay. So smash all the buttons again. I like how Estinian is much, much stronger than we are. The only thing that makes us stronger is that we can have party members. We haven't much time. I said ready the battle data, damn you. Now loading data sample 14. If you would bar my way, then you will feel the fury of Nidhogg. It's not working. Ready another sample. The one taken from customer bar. Now loading sample 12. Can I AoE these guys? I don't know. Yeah, okay. Increase generator output to max. Activate the Magitech field. Full power. It works! It works! Arc Ultima is unstoppable! Stoppable? Should see about that. Shouted them to death. Seize the wrath of Nidhogg upon the Guardians. Nidhogg, show them your fury.
Taste my lance.
Guardians and their machina. Now, where are you guys?
Are you all right?
Peer into my past, did you?
Maybe. Why does your past not have voice acting, bro?
Well, I didn't quite relive the experience as you did, but I bore witness to it all.
I'm still not sure what I think of this gift of yours, but no matter. Our confrontation was cut short when the Imperial Guard arrived. It was then that Xenos took his leave, citing boredom.
To think their research into the Echo could bear such fruit. Escaping death, jumping from one body to the next, and returning to his own after all this time. He is an Ascian in all but name.
It beggars belief, aye. But no more than a hero traversing the rift between worlds. My concerns are far more prosaic. With the Emperor dead and the Crown Prince missing, the Empire is in disarray. Until order is restored, assuming it even possible, we needn't fear an Imperial reprisal. And for reasons of his own, Xenos took it upon himself to rid the world of Black Rose. Riol has already gone to apprise the Alliance leaders of these developments. We may leave the matter in their hands for now.
Then perhaps we have seen the last of the fighting at Gimlet. Though, if it comes to civil war, I cannot help but fear for the provinces. Ah, I'd nearly forgotten to ask. What became of Gaius? Did he not escape with you?
That he did, but we parted ways shortly after leaving Garlemald. He claimed another threat had arisen which demanded his attention. He didn't elaborate, but the absence of some device or other in the capital gave him reason to believe they're planning something. Lest you worry, I believe he has well and truly shed the Black Wolf's pelt. Conquest is no longer his objective. We may safely leave him to his own devices.
Well, it's nice to have one less foe to worry about, even if we do have a mysterious new threat to look out for instead. Speaking of which, I'll see that Riol and Al-Shanobi are made aware. Though we still know next to nothing, it can't hurt to be vigilant.
Well then, with Black Rose nipped in the bud, I believe I've fulfilled my part of the bargain.
That's true, but with the Archon still slumbering away, we were hoping you might agree to stay with us for a little bit longer.
Sorry, but I'm not inclined to extend my contract. Gaius isn't the only one with business to attend to.
Thank you for your help then, Estinian. I see why Alphino admires you so.
Farewell, my friend. See that you don't make a habit of dozing off in battle.
Uh-huh.
I suppose we should all be getting on then. As ever, we will see to the Archon's needs. In the meantime, why not get some rest? You've more than earned it. Go on.
No, this is my EU character. I had to play on this one. Because the new game chapter wasn't unlocked yet, because I haven't finished it on my other one, so I have to play like 2 patches here. You must be shattered after all that hopping back and forth between worlds. Why not stay here and rest for a while? I'm sure Beck Lug can manage without you. They've got enough science to help them, if you ask me. Meanwhile, in Garlemald. Traitors! If you would dare deny Lord Nerva the throne! Ah! Onward! Before this day is done, victory shall be ours. Boring, boring, boring. Do you think? I find it amusing, like dogs herding cattle to the slaughterhouse. Oh my god, Martin. Less complaining. That you, you're soulless. Who are you? Before your majesty, I am but another dog, lost in want of a new master, a hunting dog if you should wish it so. For I know full well the prey you would seek next. Zodiac. Meanwhile, in Yulmore in the First. Did you hear that? The mayor's reopening Daedalus Stoneworks, and they're looking for laborers. There's talk of resettling some of the old abandoned villages too. They're even laying on free talents to help anyone willing to make the move. Free talents? Ha! We'd best get packing. Steady work, board and lodging. If that's not a recipe for hope, I don't know what is. Nice shorts, babe. Hope. Yes, so long as I yet live, I would see that feeble flame rekindled. It is my destiny to see our dream fulfilled. Robin, my, what a pleasant surprise. I was here the entire time. If you've come to inquire about the Archons, fear not. Master Matoya's treatment has proven effective in stabilizing their corporeal ether. We mustn't grow complacent, however. Potent though these magics may be, they are not without limits. We can only hope they afford us enough time for the Crystal Exarch to complete his work. If only we could go with you to the First and help. Pardon the interruption, but I come bearing urgent news. Ah, Robin, it has been far too long, my friend. Forgive me, I don't believe we have been formally introduced. Maxim, former Garlean ambassador. I remain here in Eorzea under the auspices of Commander Aldin, offering what counsel I can in the hopes of resolving the present conflict with the Empire. Ah, yes. I have heard stories about the defector from Garland. But never mind that, you said you have urgent news. Indeed. As you may have heard, the Imperial capital is in turmoil. A sizable portion of the Garlean forces have been recalled from the Gimlet Dark. With their numbers so greatly diminished, the main host of the Alliance has withdrawn, leaving the Alamegan resistance to keep watch over the border. And it is there we have welcomed a most unexpected visitor who claims that this de-escalation may belie growing dangers and unforeseen threats. Commander Aldin has arranged for an impromptu meeting to discuss these revelations. He has also requested a representative of the Scions attend as well, though it was clear to whom he wished. I extend this invitation. It would seem time is of the essence. Well, you will not be attending this meeting alone, though I am not as well versed in the affairs of city-states as our comrades. I see no reason to burden a single Scion with all this. Yes, of course. Then we must make for the Alamegan quarter with all haste. Well, what are you waiting for? Get going, you two. Alamegan quarter. We haven't been there in a while. Commander Aldin awaits us in the Royal Palace, if you would follow me.
They're here, Commander.
And I, for one, am grateful that they are. Told you've been busy since our paths last crossed at the Gimlet Dark. Not that I understand half of it. When the Scions spoke of other worlds, I'd struggled to describe what I pictured. Mayhap things would seem clearer were I to hear the tale from your own lips. But I'm afraid the situation will not afford us that luxury. I trust you two require no introduction.
We meet again, hero of Eorzea. Must we repeat this ridiculous display? I pose no threat to you, though what I come to warn you of very well might.
Had he meant to do us harm, I hazard he would have kept to the shadows, and brought more than 2 companions. We need not pretend to be the best of friends, but I hope we can put aside our differences for the present.
As you are doubtless aware, Sir Estinian and I cooperated to rid the world of Black Rose in your absence. Our journey together took us as far as the Imperial Palace, where we witnessed Emperor Varus meet his death at Xenos' hand. Being the sole witnesses to this crime, and in no position to defend our innocence, we were then forced to flee, each pursuing his own avenue of escape. When we were later reunited, Estinian claimed to have encountered an unfamiliar kind of machina during his flight. But to me, his description seemed anything but, and upon further investigation, I found that I was right. The Empire is developing a new Ultima weapon.
what? That Allagan monstrosity, created to vanquish primals, with which you yourself once thought to conquer Eorzea?
The same. In my foolishness, I sought to harness its power, and became the Ascian's pawn in so doing. But you know as well as I how that tale ended. The weapon itself, excavated from beneath this very city, was destroyed ere we could fully unravel its secrets, and that should have been the end of it. But unlikely as it sounds, the Empire's efforts to recreate it have somehow borne fruit, primarily through secret research conducted by the 7th Imperial Legion, it would seem.
Wait, the 7th was all but annihilated at Cartano, along with its legatus.
Indeed, few survived. The 7th, as it is now, has little in common with the Legion led by Vandanis, and its leadership has changed hands several times since. Precisely how this project has continued despite such turmoil, and under whose auspices, remains a mystery. What we do know, however, is that a number of prototypes have been produced, and that one of them is on its way to Eorzea. We attempted to stop it, but it was all we could do to slow its progress, so we resolved instead to bring you warning.
And right glad are we that you did, though it soundly dashed our hopes that tensions might ease at last.
As it is, we've begun to strengthen our presence in the Gimlet Dark, and are assembling a force to meet the coming threat. A force with you in its vanguard, I hope. Before you say anything, I know full well you have pressing concerns of your own. Your comrades remain in peril, and I would not ask you to forsake them. But the fact remains that you, and you alone, have faced the Ultima weapon, and emerged victorious. We need you. And so, when the time comes, if your comrades can spare you, I bid you lend us your strength. I've assigned an officer to await your word.
The Ascian's downfall was to be the work of my remaining days, but it was my hand that kindled these flames, and I cannot allow them to spread any further. I will do what I must to see this mistake consigned to history once and for all, even if it means begging your aid. The Fates will enjoy the irony, even as I endure the ignominy.
I too shall make for the border and offer my skills, meager though they seem in such company. Mayhap we shall meet there anon.
Though we can ill afford to ignore the coming of a new Ultima weapon, our friends' plight grows ever more precarious, and none save you can join them in the first. I only hope you are not forced to make a choice.
Uh-huh. As ever, the way forward is paved with difficult decisions. We can ill afford to ignore the threat of a new Ultima weapon, but with each passing day the plight of the Scions grow ever more perilous. If you cannot stay for a debriefing on the Ultima weapon, I will not stop you. I only ask that you confer with me before returning to the first. I take it you're ready to return to the first. Then I should ask that you appraise the others of recent events here in the source, namely Xeno's return and the development of a new Ultima weapon. As for their bodies, you may assure them Master Matoya and I will continue doing what we can to keep their corporeal ethers stable. Safe travels, Cashew. I hope to see you on the other Scions soon. This is what you get here. Ruby Doomsday. Which is another trial. But I think we'll skip it. We'll do it later. Focus on the main story for now, because I don't know if I've done it on the other characters. I'd rather do it there. You've come at a most opportune time, my friend. I've made something of a breakthrough in my research on the soul and a means to return the Scions home. I trust you too have been making good use of your time. Ill tidings from the source, you say? Then I will summon the others that we might all be apprised of the situation.
Now that we are all here, what news from the source?
A new Ultima weapon. We must count ourselves lucky that Gaius has pledged his assistance.
While this is indeed a worrying development, I think the state of the Empire as a whole greater grounds for concern. With the Emperor slain and Xenos returned, it is impossible to predict how matters will unfold in Garlemald. The Ultima weapon may be but the first of many unpleasant surprises.
The situation beareth closer observation, of that there is no doubt, and doth compound our need to return unto the source.
Then let us address that issue. Our long search for a means to see you safely home may well be nearing its conclusion. Thanks in large part to Urianger and Beklug's invaluable insight, we have succeeded in fashioning a vessel for the journey.
We set out to create a crystalline container retaining the more useful properties of white aurosite, but without its regrettable limitations. And after a good deal of trial and error, we made one. An ark for soul and mind both, that will allow your incorporeal self in its entirety to be ferried between worlds. A spirit vessel, if you will.
However?
Though the vessel is possessed of the requisite qualities to hold mind and memory, it wanteth yet for a means to receive of them. For that, we must needs imbue it with the Exarch's innate gift.
A gift that lives on only through the blood of the Allagan Emperors, which certainly does not flow within aurosite or any other crystal.
Just so, milady. The blood serveth as a conduit of sorts. In its absence, memory cannot pass from mind unto mind, nor from flesh unto crystal.
That being the case, we must either alter the process of inheritance so as to require no such thing, or determine a means by which my blood may permeate the vessel. I am hopeful that the records found within this tower will yield the knowledge we require to pursue one or the other of these avenues.
As well you should be. The Allagan's body of etherological research is extraordinary. I can scarce believe it the work of ages past. But its underlying principles are not so very different from those of my own field of study. Given time, we will find the answers we seek.
I know that you can ill afford to wait, and it pains me that I must ask you to do so. I can only reaffirm my promise to you that a solution will be found. Whatever it takes, I will see you safely home.
My apologies.
I do hope you haven't come to tell us that mortal peril fast approaches.
No. I had hoped to speak with the Warrior of Darkness. But there is no need to cut short your meeting on my account. I will be waiting outside.
Why not speak in here? She knows I don't mind. Unless she didn't want to.
Perhaps I might accompany you. Though I am woefully ill-qualified to assist in the Exarch's research, I may yet be of some use to Lena.
What if she's asking me out on a date, dude? I must confess, while I enjoy my fair share of scholarly research, it will be good to step outside for a spot of fresh air. Now then, shall we go and speak with Lena? Sure. We have little time, so I will be brief. A Sin Eater has been sighted in Lakeland, and I ask for your assistance in slaying it. Sin Eater? I had heard some few yet remained after the knight had returned, but perhaps we should call the others. That will not be necessary, it is only a single Sin Eater. A simple task for our guard, I should think. That said, I believe fighting alongside the Warrior of Darkness would be a valuable experience for them. These can lead to complacency. They gain nothing from an easy victory. But you do not underestimate your foes, however harmless they may seem. My men would do well to learn from your example. Let's be about it then. Excellent. Then let us make for Fort Job. That actually has a portal. If you would wait here a moment, I will gather the others. You may not remember, but you have met these soldiers once before, though only in passing. Long have they awaited the opportunity to fight at your side. I was at death's door that day after the Sin Eaters attacked. If you and yours hadn't come along, I'd have likely stepped through. And I wouldn't have been alone. Your courage and selflessness is something we all aspire to. I too was there that terrible day. My friend was transformed into a Sin Eater before my very eyes, and I had no choice but to cut her down. The thought of returning to the field, of holding a blade again, it filled me with dread. But that was no way to honor her or my comrades. So I have returned. I swear I will not let you or anyone else down from this day forward. A pleasure to meet you, sir. Truly, it seems like only yesterday that I watched as you took flight astride on a morrow to go and save the Oracle. Strange to think the Yulmoran soldiers we once locked blades with are now on our side, but we will do our utmost to keep the peace here in Lakeland. We seem to be missing one. My apologies, Captain Lena. An elderly gentleman asked that I escort him to Clearbelt. It took longer than I anticipated. I'll not begrudge your desire to help those in need, but a soldier must be punctual, especially when we play host to honored guests. It won't happen again. The name is Thaler. I am sure you don't remember, but we met once before in the infirmary. I asked you to deliver a message to the Exarch and the Warrior of Darkness. Little did I know I was already talking to. Don't give up, don't give in. I keep those words close to my heart, and the boundless, beautiful skies above serve as a reminder of their importance. My friend got to see the knight's return shortly before he passed. He left his world with a smile, satisfied with a glimpse of what has to come. But there are countless others who weren't so fortunate. They gave their lives to the promise of a future they'll never know, and so it falls to us to do everything we can to fulfill that promise. No matter what happens, we won't give up. We won't give in. Your heroism has inspired all of our guardsmen in much the same manner. Our scouts at the northern staging point have not had the pleasure of meeting you in person. Let us not keep them waiting. How many stones do I have? $200? No reason to not buy that then. Oh. Negligibly faster flying speed.
Did you slay this eater? Your orders were to await the main force before engaging.
No, Captain. It wasn't us, I swear it. A man came out of nowhere and cut it down before we knew what was happening.
By himself? Certainly it is no light warden, but nevertheless.
It's true. Felled it with a single swing of his axe he did. I've never seen anything like it. So I says to him, "Who are you, the warrior of bleeding darkness?" And he says, "No, I'm a warrior of light." And that was it. Buggered off as quick as he came.
A warrior of light?
Why would someone go around calling himself that, though? It was those bastards who caused the flood. I mean, if you were going to pretend to be anyone, it'd be him, the warrior of darkness.
Eh? Oh, I didn't know. It's an honor.
Welcome.
Since the Eater is no longer a threat, our work here is done. Return to your posts.
I had hoped to fight at your side today. But I'll continue to follow your example, and may we meet again.
I apologize for the wasted journey. It seems I overestimated the threat. As for this warrior of light, I do not know who would be brazen enough to take that mantle for his own. Whatever it may once have meant, it is forever tainted by the association with the Flood. The Exarch told me the truth of Ardbert and his comrades' deeds, and I am aware they played some part in your own triumph. But to most, they are synonymous with the calamity that befell this world. Still, if this man is minded to destroy Sin Eaters, I may forgive him his unfortunate choice of alias. But that is neither here nor there. I thank you for accompanying me.
With that concluded, shall we return to the Crystarium? There is a proposal I should like to make.
Forgive me. There is one more thing. A personal concern of mine. I had hoped you might have a moment to speak privately.
Take your time. I shall go on ahead.
I will not mince words. This matter concerns the Exarch. Though his countenance belies his age, his demeanor never has. He has seen more than any man should and grown ever more weary with time. But I see I give the wrong impression. While it is true he attempted to open a letter with a salmon fillet the other evening, we are not here because I suspect his mind is deteriorating. Nor do I believe him to be so maddeningly unconcerned by the prospect of his own death as he once was. Indeed, the opposite is true. It is for this reason that I seek your advice. Since he returned from the Tempest, the Exarch is not as he was. He seems a different man. A younger man. I know not the details of his research, but when I saw him at work recently, there was a glint in his eye that I had never seen before. He looked happy. It was as if he had peered into the future and for the first time found joy there. Though it gladdens me to see him thus, I wonder if I should not keep my distance. I fear that my presence will only anchor him to the past, remind him of all the pain that came before.
He's lost without you, you know? And he misses you already, I guess. I don't know.
Are you sure? Then perhaps we might remain as we were. As we have always been. What a relief. In that case, I will have to speak with him about the amount of time he is spending at work. This research is important, I know, but if he refuses to consider his own health, I will have to consider it for him.
I will not keep you. You and your comrades have much to discuss. I will see the others back to their posts. The others were quite shocked to hear of what we found in Lakeland. But now that you're here, there is a proposal I should like to make. I have been spending a great deal of time in the Cabinet of Curiosity, and of late I have noticed more and more people perusing books on history. The years leading up to the Flood in particular. I suspect they wish to know more about the Warriors of Light, as well they should, but nearly everything I've come across describes them as Sin-Eaters or worse. Regardless of whether or not this Warrior of Light is who they claim to be, I worry that their sudden appearance, in conjunction with this renewed interest in their predecessors, may lead to growing unrest and fear. If the people of the Crystarium seek the truth, I say we give it to them. Hello, Nicholas. I too can attest to the falsehoods found within full many of the Cabinet's tomes, with nary a mention of the noble deeds of Ardbert and his comrades. To be fair, they bear some responsibility for the Flood, but when the tale is told again and again over the course of a century, I am not surprised to see their roles distorted, and them painted as villains. Were it not for the records stored within the Crystal Tower, I would have had no reason to question the narrative. Unfortunately, that knowledge was of no use, for when I arrived here in the First, their reputation had already been irreparably tarnished. That said, there still remain those who worked tirelessly to defend their good names in those early days following the Flood. Considering all the good they had done, I find it a wonder they needed defending at all. They brought justice to the man who misused my knowledge to bring about the fall of Verbert. That such heroes could be spoken of in the same breath as Sin-Eaters is absurd. We did save it. Under normal circumstances I would agree, but as time passed, those who knew firsthand of their deeds dwindled. In the end, only one truth remained, that they were the ones to cause the Flood. With the world on the brink of oblivion, it was all too easy for the Warriors of Light to become villains deserving only of resentment and hate. At that point, the truth mattered little. It would not change their lot. Thanks to all of you, however, their lot has changed, and now they may heed the long-forgotten truth. You claimed it was Ardbert who helped you overcome Emet-Selch, correct? Such a revelation would do well to sway the hearts of those who know him, only as a villain. I have shared this with a select few, but one and all must be told of his sacrifice. To that end, I say we proceed with Alphino's plan. We call together the people of the Crystarium and recount to them the true tale of the Warriors of Light and the Flood that followed in their wake. Well, what say you, Cashew? Robert. Spread the word, I say, I guess. Then, we're all of one mind on the matter. Good. Exarch, might I ask you to continue working with Becklug on our means of returning home? The rest of us will see to gathering the people of the Crystarium in the etc. We have to reach out to anyone and everyone who might be willing to lend an ear. With any luck, word will spread, and more will accompany them. It happens now and then. Exit. We're gonna go and tell everyone this entire story in like 5 minutes. Easy peasy. Boom. Robin, my, what a wonderful surprise, though I hope your being here doesn't mean someone's been hurt. Thanks to you, I've had far fewer patients coming through my door of late. Which is a shame, come to think of it. I've had fewer opportunities to test my new medicines. Hehehe. Hehe, just a jest. I jest, of course. It's actually been quite pleasant to have a few moments to myself now and again. The truth about the Warriors of Light. But the Exarch has already spoken with me about them. Well, if there's more to the tale, I'd very much like to hear it. Yep, we just told it. That was it. It'll only take a minute, so I just need to sit right here. Listen to a tale of how I became the Prince of Bel-Air. Boom. Well, well, what a coincidence. I was just reading over a letter I received from Grenault not long ago. It says a visitor from the Crystarium found him at the bottom of the ocean, and that he inspired him to reach new artistic heights. Well, I can only think of one person capable of both feats, though I'd say the latter is far more impressive. To think fate could bring the two of you together in such a place. I'm sorry. You mean the Exarch didn't tell us the whole story of the Warriors of Light? Well, whatever he's left unsaid, I'm all ears. Wah. Cabinet of Curiosity. Die! No, this can't be. Surely there is at least one book here that does not cast the Warriors of Light and their deeds in such a negative light. Oh, Robin! Forgive me. The Cabinet of Curiosity has been bustling with visitors of late, but I fear our repository lacks for the knowledge they seek. The people wish to know the truth of the Flood, of the Warriors of Light. I have searched high and low, but alas, every account portrays them as no better than sin-eaters, abominations worthy only of scorn and resentment. I know they were not always judged so harshly, yet I can find no proof, and I dare call myself a librarian. Very close, dude. You would address the people and tell them the truth of the Warriors of Light, of the Flood. How wonderful! You have regaled me with the tale once before, but I should love to hear it again. Oh, and you may be assured I will not come alone. Oh, so we're not telling the tale, we're telling them together. Very cool. The Musica Universalis Markets. Sounds like my ex was the writer of all these books about the Warriors of Light. Is your ex not nice? Come to browse the wares in the market, have ya? Well, I can guarantee you'll have no trouble finding what you need, whatever it may be. Under Yulmore's new leadership, trade has never been more prosperous. Word is that fellow from Daedalus Stoneworks has taken over as mayor. Did he really? Little wonder business is booming the way it is. I imagine it won't be long before all of Norvant reaps the benefit. But you've not come to talk about the market. Something on your mind. Yes, wanna hear a story? I see. The Exarch did mention they had something to do with your returning the night to Norvant. Alright, consider my interest piqued. Well, well, to what do I owe the pleasure? Whatever it is, I must ask you to be brief. With the night returned, visitors have been flocking to the Crystarium, and I find myself too busy by half. I don't mind it though. Seeing the stairs so full of life and excitement, one can almost forget the flood ever happened. Warriors of Light? Yes, the Exarch has mentioned them before, but everyone knows them now as the cardinal virtues. Or are you suggesting there's more to it than that? Well, you've yet to steer us wrong, so I'm willing to hear what you have to say. Cool. There you are. Between the four of us, I dare say we've swept the Crystarium from top to bottom. Now we need but wait for the people to gather.
Yes, this looks to be nearly everyone. Let us begin, shall we? Though I am usually the first to hold forth at such events, I think on this occasion that honor should fall to you.
Stop making me talk! I don't want to talk.
They would be more inclined to take the word of the Warrior of Darkness.
Indeed. In light of the subject matter, who better than thee to speak these truths?
And then they don't have to write a speech. Blah, 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 blah.
Wicked White? The Warriors of Light did all that?
So they never... I mean, they only ever wanted to help. And when everything they'd done turned to ash, they still carried on.
They gave everything to stop the flood. First their lives, then their souls. And they managed it too, in the end. They saved us. And we cursed their names.
This should go a long way towards clearing the air.
Yeah, it's not like everyone are NPCs and retarded, right? Nothing bad's gonna come of this.
Impossible.
I take it I'm not imagining this then.
I definitely see something. You don't think it's a ghost, do you?
Nay, yonder standeth no bloodless apparition, but a warrior of light and darkness both. Ardbert.
What in the world?
It's you! The one who slew the Eater!
That it should be the Warrior of Darkness who brought the truth to light. You've saved me a fair bit of time. Though I have a few words of my own to say, if I may. People of the Crystarium! I am Ardbert, one of those you know as a Warrior of Light.
That's impossible. You should be dead.
Aye, that I should. But as the world has been given new life, so too have I. I know not why I, and I alone, have been gifted this chance. But I do know this. Only by the will of the star itself could such a miracle come to pass. The hero who stands before you now, the Warrior of Darkness, is not of this world. And the day will come when he must return to his home. But this land is our home. And if it is to remain so, now and forevermore, it is we who must protect it. The time to rely on saviors from afar has passed. It is you who must rise. You who must become the new Warriors of Light.
What? Us? Warriors of Light?
None of us were born heroes, my friend. I was only ever a man with a thirst for adventure. But wherever my journeys took me, I was invariably confronted with the same choice. To lend what aid I could to those in need, or not. And I always chose the former. Any one of you could do the same. All you need is the will to help your fellow man, and the resolve to see it through.
From thine own lips did we learn of Ardbert's fate, and by thy countenance I gather thou art not inclined to recant thy testimony. Yet whosoever this man may be, his words hold truth and resonate with the citizenry besides. For us to voice our doubts here and now would serve but to sow disquiet. 'Twere better we retired unto the ocular and there discuss this matter in private.
Go. I will stay here and watch.
Bad move. Should have killed him.
So, that is a Warrior of Light of the First. I've not had the pleasure of making his acquaintance, but as you all seem to be in agreement, I gather this is no simple case of mistaken identity.
As far as I was able to discern, that was indeed Ardbert. It has been a long time, but not that long. Could he truly have been resurrected as he claims?
No, absolutely not.
Ardbert did entrust his very soul unto thee. I see no reason to question thy judgment.
Nor I. To my eyes, your ether burns as brightly as the day you slew Emmett Selk. That is proof that he is with you still.
Yet that which standeth now before the people is far more than a passing imitation. I am reminded of the cardinal virtues, though a sin-eater he is not. Which leaveth but one plausible explanation.
That he is an Ascian.
Given their fondness for posthumous possession, I would have to agree. From what I understand, the Warriors of Light were laid to rest in Yulmore by those whom they had aided in life. At the time, some few still remembered them as heroes. Needless to say, 4 of them were subsequently exhumed to serve as the Virtues. And if one knew where to look, Ardbert too would not have been difficult to find.
Assuming then that this is indeed the work of an Ascian, my mind inevitably turns to the last remaining paragon to survive the Sundering.
Elidibus. That Xenos hath reclaimed his own flesh is known. Thus evicted from his borrowed form, and cognizant no doubt of Emet-Selk's failure here in the First, 'tis quite possible the emissary chose Ardbert for his next vessel.
Inhabiting the flesh of the fallen? My, that is unsavory. And they do this often, you say?
Verily, for they possess no corporeal forms of their own. In what one may term their natural state, none save those gifted with the echo can perceive them. Indeed, when Elidibus intruded upon the waking sands, his presence did go unmarked by all save Minfilia and the Warrior of Light. On that occasion, I myself remained ignorant of his coming until after his departure. It was only at a later juncture, when he deigned to appear before me in borrowed flesh, that I was finally able to take the measure of him. In such puppetry do the Ascians engage when they seek to influence the course of history.
And they have gained much by it. Emet-Selk single-handedly built the Garlean Empire in this manner, while La Hebrea came close to conquering Eorzea, having taken possession of Thancred's living body.
Yet it must needs be noted that the Ascians cannot avail themselves of all mortal vessels. For were they able to do so, none would serve as a better pawn than our own redoubtable champion. Mayhap the blessing of light shieldeth Hydaelyn's chosen from Ascian influence. Or mayhap other forces are at work. We cannot say for certain.
Whatever the reason, I hope it holds true. I dare not contemplate what might come to pass otherwise.
Is it not peculiar, then, that Ardbert's mortal remains should be susceptible, given that he was once a warrior of light? Or did the final departure of his soul make it possible, perhaps? Regardless, to hear an Ascian use him to call forth new warriors of light boggles the mind.
Elidibus hath ever been an enigma, his ostensible purpose being to preserve the balance between light and dark. When he made overtures towards me, however, I was afforded a glimpse behind the mask of the self-appointed emissary. I shall not defend mine actions, undertaken in pursuit of a better understanding of our foe as either wise or prudent. Nevertheless, what little I did glean may now prove useful. Elidibus possesseth a subtle mind, practiced in the art of manipulation. That he coaxed this star's most valiant heroes as far as the source with naught save half-truths is no trifling feat. And now I believe he doth employ his skills once more to some as yet unknown end. Though naught is certain, should my suspicions prove true, we shall have need of all our wits if we are to uncover and thereafter thwart his plot.
Agreed. 'Tis plain that simply speaking out against him will not avail us. At best, it would only serve to confuse the people. And I would hesitate to do anything which might tarnish Ardbert's reputation once more, nor yours by association. That being the case, it may be wise to keep a covert eye on this Ardbert's movements, as we attempt to discern his purpose and how best to mitigate his influence.
His performance appears to have concluded. What now? Go back out and follow him?
Twould appear Master Alphino already hath pursuit in mind, and I suspect one pair of eyes shall better serve our cause than half a dozen. Let the rest of us maintain an inconspicuous distance, for the present at least.
Some money? They keep giving you money or apples. Food is completely useless. You did well to dispel the falsehood surrounding the Warriors of Light and their actions prior to the Flood, though I must say the reappearance of Ardbert, or rather one who appropriated his identity, was a rather curious development. He is an impostor, of that there is no doubt, but to the masses he will appear as a hero, returned from the grave. After the Warriors of Light were laid to rest in Yulmore, the people prayed fervently for the gods to deliver them from their plight, prayed that these fallen heroes be born again for their sacrifices. What bitter irony. I, for one, would like to know why Ardbert urged the people to become Warriors of Light themselves. Ere we take action, we must needs ascertain his intent. Let us pray that Master Alphino returneth soon with that most essential knowledge. For now, I think it best to appraise Thancred and Reen of our efforts. When we do confront Ardbert, we shall no doubt have need of their strength. Agreed. I think it prudent we all take measures to prepare for what's to come. Becklug and I will continue our research into how we might improve the spirit vessel, that it might one day carry you home. Then I think it time I returned to the Greatwood. Until now, everything we have learned of the Ascians has been handed to us at their leisure. But that was one of Emmett Selk's unique failings. I have no reason to think Elidibus will be as forthcoming. Fortunately, I recently received word from Fanoff that heretofore unexplored chambers have been discovered deep within the Kitana Ravine. Almet believes the relics within tell of a great calamity that befell an ancient civilization. That of the Ascians, perhaps. They may lead us to the truths we seek. Would you care for company? I wouldn't dream of going without you. When you are ready, make for Fanoff. Almet and her sisters will be expecting us. Then let us be about our tasks. Pray give my regards to the V's. Welcome, allies of Ronka. We have accomplished much since last you came. With the Light Warden dead and its minions dispersed, we have at last reclaimed our hunting grounds near Raktika Falls. It was there that we discovered more ruins. Although we ran afoul of no traps while exploring its halls, we determined that the innermost chambers were watered by magic. We all were in agreement. Before any investigation could proceed, you should be summoned. We are grateful that you did. From what you have told me, I strongly suspect that the wisdom of my comrades and I seek can be found within. This wisdom could prove invaluable, for we may soon face a foe whose greatest asset is our ignorance. I see. Then it is good that you have come, for Ronka was once home to the greatest of weapons, knowledge and understanding. And it is our duty to ensure you and yours do not want for either. That said, we must proceed with caution. You have reached the inner chambers unmolested, suggests a more formidable deterrent yet lies within. Come now, surely any threat sleeping within the ruins pale in comparison to those we have faced thus far. This is not a game, sister. You should not be so eager to run headlong into danger. Oh, and who was it pining for the return of our allies that we might venture into the ruins, clutching her staff at night, wishing it were... Wait. Oh, you promised not to tell. Then I suggest we be going. Get back here! They are very horny. Remind me, exactly how old are you and your sisters? On second thought, perhaps it's for the better, I do not know. Pray forgive their overzealous nature. None save we three have been privileged to escort you and yours into the ruins and bear witness to its secrets. Their hearts now burn with a curiosity that is not easily satiated. Please, you needn't apologize. As a seeker of knowledge myself, I understand full well their enthusiasm. And if not for your sedulous efforts to protect the ruins, we would not be afforded this opportunity. Speaking of which, I believe I have kept you away from the ruins long enough. Come, let us make for the Kitana Ravine. Yes, very horny. What is that? Seeing eye to eye. Take the lead. Whatever. Today is a very weird day on Twitter. I would not drink from the cum mug. Will you drink from the cum mug? It is most strange for these halls to be left unguarded. Have care when breaking the seal on the chamber door. Danger surely awaits us on the other side. Shitloads of cutscenes, nice. Where are we now?
Come. Our new discoveries are to be found this way.
Halfway through patch 5.2.
The people of Ronka are known to have venerated animals, but these features do not match those of any indigenous species. This is no common beast. Though that much is plain from its proportions.
Lifelike, is it not? One could almost imagine it breathed.
This owl, by contrast, seems no different from the others we've seen.
The sealed door lies ahead.
Honestly, don't remember much after this point.
As you see, one statue is missing. I expect we are meant to replace it as before.
Too simple. There will be some additional defense mechanism. Just a moment. There are words carved into the stone. He who would disturb a hero's deserved slumber shall instead waken the beast and know his folly. Wait! Don't!
What? But I only... What is happening?
Oh, boobs!
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! It lives!
Why am I not surprised? Prepare yourselves.
Ah! 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 Where's the boobs? There's the boobs. Hello, boobs. You trespass, mortal, upon sacred ground. In retribution, 4 souls I have bound. Yet to heroes proven, learned, and wise, a comrade's soul shall be their prize. Oops. If you would see theirs set free, answer me these riddles 3. Deft of paw, with kin do I vie. Though sought apart, betterment of the whole do our efforts descry. What am I? What? What does vie mean? Deft of paw. With kin do I vie. Thought, though sought apart, betterment of the whole do our efforts descry. I'm gonna go with monkeys. Colibris don't have paws. The curls... The thing is, I don't understand half these words. Betterment of the whole do our efforts descry. That's the thing. The curl, I think, is more of a solitary animal, or the Oppo Oppo is a pack animal. Indeed, the Oppo Oppo is keen and shrewd, the spirit of ingenuity, by whose guidance the Ronkans did prosperity pursue. The riddle's answer you did discern, and thus, to you, a soul returns. With fearsome fang, I travel with pack. Together we find harmony, and thus for peace our land does not lack. What am I? Oh my god, it's a wolf. You can't use the word pack, come on. Indeed, 'twas the spirit of the wolf their doctrines praised, that they would know peace and harmony to the end of their days. The riddle's answer you did discern, and thus to you a soul returns. On my belly do I crawl. By my strength does prosperity reign within our hall, serpent. It's too easy, dude. Indeed. The dread serpent turned protector, lured to slumber ere it tear the world asunder. The riddle's answer you did discern, and thus to you a soul returns. Desire you that which I yet claim, then we shall play another game. A test of mind and memory. Choose wisely and you all may yet go free. Twixt these talismans hide friend and foe. Choose your companions well, or sorrow no. We must choose carefully. Nice. I finished the child's game. Your comrades are assembled, together at last. Yet still there remains one trial you must pass. Oops. If you would glean the knowledge enshrined in this earth, I would first take the measure of your worth. Are we finally gonna fight instead of doing stupid puzzles? One worthy of she who is the Ronkans extol, must be strong of mind, body, and soul. Finally, this is what I was expecting to find here in the woods. Yeah. Summoning things? Victory oft begs sacrifice, but which of you would pay the price? Have to save him. How did you know they were gonna shoot lasers? Oh no, Simon!
I will not hold back.
Jump, perfect. What?
I will not hold
think you have won, but we have just begun. That's so. Poison? Come, gather around me. Reinforcements? Leave them to me.
I will not hold back.
You missed one. We mustn't waste time with this slot. Focus on the guard. Well fought, hero. The trial is complete. The way is open. And thus I concede defeat. Oops. Not wholly unexpected, but an exhausting ordeal nevertheless.
Twould seem the magics have returned us. How polite. Now, what have we learned?
Nothing?
Ah, we were bound to run into a living statue eventually. And now we can open the door.
Statue.
He who would disturb a hero's deserved slumber. A tomb, just as I thought. Befitting a hero.
She is Vis. Could it be the Archmage Tiuna? A legendary hero of Ronka, as you surmised. The tales tell of how she smote entire armies with a single incantation. So potent was her spellcraft, though she ever fought in the name of peace.
I do hate their dialects, they're horrible.
I thought them no more than tales. To think she really existed.
Well, I for one always believed.
I wonder. By the light of fallen stars, great power awakens.
Tiuna was not only a master of spellcraft. It is said she could see truths long lost and hear the voices of men's hearts.
Alright, dude. Bye-bye.
Naught less than the echo. In which case, none of this is mere coincidence. shower of stars setting the sky aflame. And in both this world and the Source, we find individuals within whom a mysterious power awakened at the sight. We can never unpick the why of it. Now, however, I believe we might. Does the scene depicted here not resemble the one we saw when we first ventured into the Katana Ravel? Moreover, does it not recall that which Emmett Selk invited us to witness in Amarot? The final days. If, as the Exarch's research suggests, soul and mind share a fragile yet profound bond, might it not be possible for an event to leave such a deep imprint upon the soul that it could be perceived eons later, given a suitable trigger? The echo defies explanation by conventional etherological theory, or shall we say modern etherological theory. But if it is a power that once belonged to the ancients, to souls yet undivided, it would seem I have entered the realm of pure speculation, and I call myself a scholar. I shall refrain from making any further wild claims until such time as I have evidence. Still, I cannot choose but be reminded of our experience in Amarot.
Then you must recall Emmett Selk's dying request.
Remember us.
History is learned, not lived. We have always protected the Tales of Ronka, just as we have protected this place. But we are mindful of what our mothers taught us. We see the past through our own eyes, and speak of it with our own words. Thus do we come to understand it in our own way. But this is not the same as remembering.
Your mothers were wise. Though we witnessed the final days, our impressions could not fail to be colored by our own experiences and expectations. Those who lived through it would have perceived the event quite differently. We must bear in mind that it is no simple matter to keep the truth alive, or it will die with Emmett Selk and his kin. But we have disturbed Tuna long enough. Fanau will serve similarly well as a venue for our contemplations.
By your pensive expression, I take it the tomb has given you much to think about. That is well. In time, the knowledge you have gleaned will lead to understanding, and thus arm you for what is to come. Before you leave, however, I would speak again of the teachings of our forebears, how history is learned, not lived. The legend of Tuna and her exploits has been told countless times over the centuries. Yet as it handed from one generation to the next, the story changes. How do you know? With each telling of the tale, there are new flourishes, details changed or lost. We can never truly know how she lived, for we were not there to see it. But we are here now to bear witness to your life. We have seen the change you have wrought, the echoes that will endure long after you are gone. And though it too will change in time, I swear to you, we shall do our best to preserve your story. Heard. I hope you'll forgive me if I don't make an oath of my own. but I think it goes without saying we could never misspeak of your heroism. Perish the thought, so long as we are here, there are none among the V's who will not know of all you have done for Norman. We are not deserving such reverence, but we are grateful all the same. You can be certain we will have our own tales to tell of the great guardians of Raktika and the ruins of Ronda. I pray you safe travels then. As ever, we shall await your return with open arms. Although we learned naught of the Asians, the insight we gained into the Echo made our trip worthwhile. Before we return to the Crystarium, however, there is a small matter I would attend to in Slitherbound. Might I trouble you to come with me? Thank you. After we arrive, we should have a brief word with Runa. Slitherbound. Robin, it's so good to see you. You arrived at a most opportune time. I was preparing a pot of my famous stew. Come, I will ready a place for you. I'm sorry, Runar, but we haven't the... Please, I insist, it will only take a minute. Oh, shit. My apologies, Cashew. It seems our return to the Crystarium will be delayed. But perhaps only for a bit, if you assist me with my work. I say work, but it's rather more a chore. I must clean my chambers here in Slitherbound from top to bottom. If you would be so kind as to go and fetch a broom from Askir, we might finish before Runar is done cooking. I'm cleaning? The fuck are you doing? What are you making me do? What is this? Whatever. A broom? For Master Matoya? I cannot imagine why she would have need of such a thing, but here you are. It is old, but sturdy and sure to suffice. Well, personally, I know what to do with a broom. I trust Asgale was able to find a broom for us. Do you have any idea how hard it is to maintain all these candles? Like, someone has to make these candles, and you're burning like 40 at a time. Well worn, good. This would prove difficult otherwise. Though I must say, I think I did rather well for not having a broom thus far. Looks like shit in here, dude. Yes, well, you weren't buried beneath a veritable avalanche of books when you entered, were you? Right, anyway, it is time I finished cleaning with the help of that broom. You didn't honestly think I'd do it the old-fashioned way. That broom is more than capable of sweeping by itself, or rather it will be. Ahem. Time to rise to swish and sweep. A tidy chamber you must keep. To this task you shall be bound, until no dust is to be found. You ruined it. In this one particular respect, I have no objections to following in Master Matoya's footsteps. In future, I may need you to remind me. The pursuit of knowledge does not preclude other equally important duties, such as maintaining clean quarters for said pursuit. I will dearly miss this place, these people. Poor guy. But Master Matoya, pardon the interruption, but the stew is ready. Stew of the macaroners. Is something troubling you? You've been rather quiet. No, everything is fine, I assure you. It has been a long day, so... I see. Y'shtola, thank goodness you're still here. Alphino, I thought you were following Ardbert. I was, though I am sad to say I lost track of him shortly after entering these woods. He seems determined to traverse every ilm of Norrand in his quest to spread the truth of the Warriors of Light and the Flood. And it seems news of your address at the Crystarium precedes him at every destination, making his task all the more simple. It remains to be seen to what end he encourages the people to become Warriors of Light themselves. But there is no denying that his words have struck a chord with many. Well, we're all agreed that this is just another Ascian ploy, yes? They've commandeered corpses before, and to no good end. I see no reason to think this time is any different, especially when it's that of a fallen warrior of light. I doubt we'll learn more if you remain a step behind. His next destination is, in all likelihood, Slitherbound. Alice, are you certain you should be here? If you're concerned about Halric and the others, you needn't be. The treatment is going well, but progress is slow and exhausting, for all of us. The best thing I can do now is let them rest, so I believe we were about to discuss how to arrange a meeting with our would-be Warrior of Light. Before visiting any towns or villages, Ardbert would hunt down and slay a nearby Sin Eater to earn the locals' trust. Our best chance of getting ahead of him is to find one before he does. Thankfully, Thancred and Reen are returned from the Empty and have taken up the search. Reen believeth one may lurk beneath the boughs of woven oath. Then that is where we will start our search. Master Matoya. A warm bowl of stew will be awaiting your return. I look forward to it. Oh, cocked again.
If you were hoping to vent your frustrations on our Issa friend here, I can only apologize.
Few as they are now, it took us no time at all to track it down.
That suits our purpose perfectly. Now we need only wait for Ardbert to arrive.
Weren't you two meant to be attending to the empty?
We were, and are, but we can hardly ignore the rest of the world. So we thought we might see how things were coming along. From what we can gather, the answer is strangely.
Right now, we think we can do more good here.
It is heartening to have all present.
Indeed. We will be glad of the additional hands should matters escalate.
Our quarry has come.
It seems I've lost this particular race. Although I suppose it's only fair. When we first met, it was I who outpaced you. Ravana, was it? But where are my manners? I wouldn't be here were it not for you, and I have yet to say a word of thanks.
Extend a friendly fist. Okay.
Arm giving you trouble? You should have it examined.
I thought you were supposed to be good at this.
Very well. Let us forego this pretense. After all, it was never you that I needed to deceive. Yes, it is I, Elizabeth. Through your time in Emet-Selk's imitation of our home, I dare say you have gained a better understanding of my role since last we met. Not that it matters.
What is it, Phoenix?
We understand your role, emissary, but not your goal. What is it that you seek to achieve?
I seek to enact the will of the Convocation, of course. If it helps you to think of me as but another Ascian, no different in nature or purpose from the rest, you are welcome to do so.
Once, I would have said your goal was destruction alone. Now I understand that you fight for something you love, just as we do. Yet though we seem doomed to clash, I bid you consider Emet-Selk's final words. Remember that we once lived, he said. Had he not seen some glimmer of hope in our kind, I do not believe he would have spoken thus.
None better understood your plight than he. His words must surely be worthy of your consideration.
Emet-Selk. How very unlike you to err so gravely. That one should stray at the end of so onerous a path is understandable. But I had thought you above Such weakness. Mayhap you thought the same. Would that I had been present to offer correction. But I shall do so now, as is my duty, and return all to its proper course. As for you, look at yourselves. Look at your history. Look back 100 short years to how your greatest warriors were undone. And now, at but a word from me, you raise your hands in answer like the puppets you are. Naught has changed. You fail, and you fail, and you learn nothing. Allow that which is most important to slip through your fumbling fingers like so many grains of sand, again and again and again, and you would remember us. You do forget yourselves. There is no common ground to be found between you and I, nor do I require any. I have my duty.
Wait!
Well, we have confirmed the identity of our foe at least, and 'tis safe to say his objective is the rejoining.
But we still have no idea how playing the part of a warrior of light will further his cause, nor why he would spur others to do the same.
Another visit to the Tempest may shed some light upon these mysteries. Whether we are to exchange words or blows with Elidibus at our next meeting, the fact remains, we know too little. Ere our paths cross again, I would learn more of the world that once was, and of Elidibus himself. In this, we would be best served going directly to his home, much as Emmett Selk came to ours.
Though I see the wisdom in thy suggestion, the Amarot we visited is but a phantom born of Emmett Selk's memory. I fear it will teach us little that we do not already know.
I quite agree. Yet the ruins of the actual city remain unexplored. Given the vastness of the Tempest, I should not be surprised were there more such structures like to those in which the Ondo reside.
Well, if you're still muted, how am I supposed to answer? But yes. As long as you don't make me do any more chores.
Keep that up and I'll send you to bed without supper.
Oh, mommy.
Assuming we are all in agreement, then I suggest we first pay a visit to the Ondo. If anyone can tell us where more ruins are to be found, it is them.
Althanoa has the right of it. Let us pay a visit to the Ondo. We should speak with Tolsh's Art first. As chieftain, he is doubtless privy to a great many secrets. Deep Designs. 4 quests until the end of this patch. Where am I going? Tempest we have leveled up already, alright. I have sent for no finless ones. Perhaps you instead come seeking something of us. Ruins which your kind have yet to explore. I see. And what circumstances are these? Wait, what? Rather than hunt for their own meals, the Benthos have pillaged our stores of Maneri liver. They must be replenished with haste. The Benthos, a particularly violent tribe of Onda, I must have accidentally skipped something there, somehow. A band of bottom feeders. We all lost much in the flood, but while others work to rebuild, they resort to thievery and murder. Revenge, they call it, when they prey upon your kind. But do not be fooled, they care not who they harm. Would that we had the warriors to challenge them. This is not the first time they have stolen from us. But there is no resource more precious than liver. All must dedicate themselves to the hunt. Unless, of course, we were to reclaim the livers for them. It seems fitting payment for vital information, does it not? Moreover, one could argue that by employing Bismarck to reach these depths, thereby driving back the waters, we are in part responsible for the deeds of those driven to desperate ends by the changing climes. Certainly can't leave them like this. I thought you might say that. You've never been one to miss an opportunity to help. Reclaiming the stores it is then. We would be grateful beyond words if you did. The Benthos have surely taken the livers back to the Flounder's floor, but be warned, there will be no shortage of guards waiting to spear intruders. Then we will have care not to draw their attention, shall we? Well, they're all the way over there, of course. So we're having a pool with a tiny fine glass. There somewhere. They have guards, but I have a flying chocobo. Can't deal with that. Hold on, I'm just trying to read your name. Hello. Caterham 7. Caterham 7. These boxes are filled with assorted vegetables. Liver is not a vegetable. That's true. Let's go. While on cursory sniff, you detect the faint aroma of fresh oranges, a far cry from the rather memorable scent of manure liver. A bristly bag. Hello, thank you. These aren't the livers, but they're certainly stolen from somewhere, unless wheat has started growing on the seafloor since last I checked. I'm gonna check anyway. Thrusting your hand into each sack in turn, you find that they are all filled with wheat down to the bottom. You also find that raw wheat is unpleasantly pointy. True. I guess. But I've checked all the bags. In here. Bulbous bag. From the squelching noise they make when prodded in the vile stench, you conclude that these are the bags bursting with livers. Brilliant. Are those them? Yes. Perhaps you've deduced this already, but it seems the Benthos have been raiding Colusian storehouses as well as those of Yondo. Oranges, pumpkins, wheat. But we can discuss this after we see the liver safely back to Tolch's Oath. It wouldn't do to keep him in suspense. Bro, let me just go and AoE them and you guys heal me. We can kill them all right now. They're not bloodthirsty enough. I am relieved to see you unspeared. Same dude. Our precious livers. I knew you would not fail. We also found all manner of foodstuffs from Kalusha in the Flounder's floor. Tell me, Tolch's Oath, does that seem odd to you? It is brazen, to be sure. I am reminded of rumors I've heard recently concerning a rash of thefts from Colusian warehouses. The perpetrators enter in the dead of night and are gone before anyone has realized what has happened. The Yulmoran army has been investigating, but thus far to no avail. I haven't played an MMO since WoW's second expansion, but this does look good. Right now we are in the third expansion, and I think this expansion is actually good. The game is free to play for the entire base game and the first expansion. Like, you can finish all of that up to level 60 out of 80 for free forever. But like the base game, A Realm Reborn, the story is absolute dog shit. And the game is like largely like a visual novel. It's kind of designed that way, that when you're first playing it through, it's like a huge visual novel, which unlocks everything, pretty much. And then after that, you can start playing it, you know, like an MMO, and, you know, level classes and do whatever. The Yulmoran army has been investigating, but thus far to no avail. Perhaps the reason they have struggled so is that their quarry is of the sea. The true question then is, what do we mean to do about it? Much as I would like to proceed to the ruins without further delay, we cannot allow the Benthos to carry on as they are. If I may, I believe that the ruins are, in fact, key to the Banthos' plans. Is that so? These ruins, which lie deep within the illuminated land, are a recent discovery. We have seen signs that the Banthos are preparing to claim them with all haste. We could not fathom why, but in light of the knowledge that they have been stockpiling resources, it is clear that their queen will soon give birth. They require space to raise their young, and food for their queen and hatchlings to thrive. I work up to 70 hours a week right now? Yeah, that would be a problem. But like I said, it's free to play. As long as you don't buy the game. You can play the story, you can level all the classes, you have all the classes on one character. You can level them all up to level 60 and try the game whenever you feel like it. But if you buy the game and you add the key to your account, then you can never play it again unless you subscribe. It's kind of weird. But for an MMO, it's like 300 hours of free gameplay that they give you. And the only real restriction is that you can't trade and party with people. But you can still do the dungeons, because you use like a party finder kind of thing. That sounds counterproductive? Well, I mean, if you want to focus on work, then it would be entirely very counterproductive to start playing an MMO, yes. They require space to raise their young, and food for both queen and hatchlings to thrive. Well, we can hardly fault them for that. Under normal circumstances, perhaps, but conditions in the Tempest are far from suitable for spawning. Its resources barely able to sustain our current population. There is only one reason they would disregard this. They seek to build an army, and with it take revenge upon the Finless. It is not a surprise. They came to us not long ago, seeking allies for the cause. We rebuffed them, of course. The suffering of others will not serve as balm to their own. Their queen, however, desires only bloodshed, and will sadly send their children to die in our stead. If they are planning to wage war, that changes matters considerably. Indeed. I doubt that this can be resolved without violence, but perhaps with a show of force we can convince them to see reason before the die is cast. I would rather not risk your people in the attempt. If we travel to the illuminated land, is there a way we might identify the ruins ourselves? Yet they just don't want to have to deal with complicated stuff like managing, like, are you on a free month right now? Okay, now you can't, like, trade, you can't go into the market board, you can't party, whatever. But, like, what if someone has, like, something on the market board already or whatever, blah, blah, blah. All kinds of, like, micro issues that would arise. So that's why, when you buy the game, you just have to subscribe after that if you're gonna play. Yes, once you reach its depths, go deeper still. You will see a monstrous structure there upon the seafloor. That you have come to us now is the will of the Ancient Ones. They have guided you here that you may drive out the usurpers, those who seek to use their magnificent creations with a vile purpose. I have no doubt that they will show you the way forward. I am afraid that the dead do not speak quite so clearly. Nevertheless, we shall try not to disappoint. If what we seek lieth deeper still, beyond Amaranth, I would call upon the assistance of another. Though our course hath been decided, to pursue it we must needs beseech the aid of a friend. I I speak of Bismarck. Pray follow me to Sullen, that we might seek an audience with him once more. The game is a bit more enjoyable if you've played other Final Fantasy games as well, because there's a lot of references to things. Even if they're, like, it's entirely own thing. Job. There's an absolutely ridiculous amount of story content. Just the main story takes like forever, which is really daunting for new players. It's like, and it's not good in the beginning either. Like it's horrible in the beginning. It gets better, but it doesn't get like that much better that it's like gonna blow your brains out. You kind of have to enjoy the start of it. So. From here we press on to the Isle of Ken. I myself shall proceed on foot. You've perfected your technique then? Just so. The water will be as glass beneath my feet, and provideth purchase fragile yet true. Watch closely. Oh, I certainly shall. Forgive me, but would it not be easier to perfect your swimming technique? Aye, 'twould be a pity if you drowned, truly. Oh, hush, I'm sure it'll be brilliant. Yeah, but it's honestly a single player game. Mainly. Like the story is just like playing a single player Final Fantasy, more or less. He's done it. Incredible! Plop. Urianger! For the love of... But mine apologies. The technique requireth the purest of focus, and mine was lacking. To perfect this magic, I went so far as to deal with the Foi, and with their aid, mine efforts finally met with success, albeit on a single occasion. I know not why I cannot repeat it. I thought I saw you waver a bit towards the end there. Perhaps you're simply tired? Whoa. Thancred? It's nothing to worry about, only a dizzy spell, though it may not be wise to go for another swim just now. Thankfully, we have an alternative. A wonderful little invention, I'm certain you'll agree. A boat! Holy shit! There. Now we're standing on a big whale. I will petition Bismarck's aid on our behalf. Let us pray my diplomacy proveth more effective than mine experimental magics. You speak with the voice of the king, little neighbors. I will not deny you. As before, if you seek what sleeps beneath the sea, I will be your guide. Thy kindness is as boundless as the depths, serene one. Before we depart, however, I would ask a favor. After our last flight, I found many creatures clinging to me. I am itchy. Remove them, and I will take you below. With all haste shall it be done. So, did he agree? Aye, though I agreed to a favor in kind. Regrettably, it is not one I possess the power to grant. Bismarck hath asked us to cleanse his underbelly of barnacles. Alas, one must needs dive beneath the surface to do so. Even if I could master the power to walk upon it, it would avail me not. Oh, for heaven's sake, is that all? Robin and I are more than capable of that. Ah! With the Kojin's blessing, we'll have we'll have done with it in moments. And better than standing here and listening to this nonsense. I'll take the right, you the left. Now go! Ow, ow, she's so angry. I am in your debt. Okay. Odd. Yum. Tenacious barnacle. After a good deal of prying from various angles, you dislodge the barnacle. After a good deal of prying from various angles, you dislodge the barnacle. After a good deal of prying from various angles, you dislodge the barnacle. Hell yeah! Very exciting stuff. Thine efforts are most sincerely appreciated. I will inform Bismarck that we may depart without further delay. Much, much better, thank you, little neighbors. I remember, a long time ago, another did this favor for me. After the flood, when I chose this spot for my slumber, he came and made a home on my back. Ken was his name. When I grew itchy, I stirred, but he was not afraid, no. He asked me what was wrong. I told him of the creatures clinging to my belly, and he dove into the water. He helped me. He was my friend. He told me he wished to live in peace away from his people and their wars. This I understood. I treasured our time together, brief though it was. Brief though it always is. But I remember him and how he laughed when we flew. I remember when he slept. I too slept that day and many days since. But the light fades and the darkness returns. Ken sleeps, but in memory he laughs, and together we fly. And I am here. I am awake. It feels good to speak and to be heard again. A shame others cannot understand me. If thou art willing to learn, I would gladly teach thee the language of man. Very excited. Thank you, little friend, but it is time I grant you your request. But first I will take flight to cleanse my body and prepare. The dive will be swift, and I would not have you struck by errant debris. So this island was named for a man. How easily the past is forgotten. He passed not even 100 years ago, yet the truth has slipped from history, like so many grains of sand. Might I have some explanation of what he just said, or shall we all stand about making vague and mysterious allusions? Well, he maketh ready to deliver us unto our destination. Bismarck bade us wait for him on the shore of Kalusha. That's all? I feel as though there was more to it. Indeed there was, but it hath no bearing on the task at hand. I should be glad to share the rest with you anon. Fine, later then. If Bismarck requires time to prepare, might I suggest a short respite? For Urion J and Thancred in particular. I require no such thing. I am the picture of perfect health. Mine was but a momentary lapse in concentration. Worry not on my account. You mustn't push yourself so. Please rest. For me? Are you looking forward to the re-release of the PS1 Monster Rancher games onto Switch and Steam? Not really. Like, I mean, I played some Monster Rancher. I wonder if it was the GBA version I played. Monster Rancher. Yeah, I think it was probably the GBA version. I kind of enjoyed it at the time, I guess, but I'm not really into these kind of Pokemon type games, to be honest. Oh, alright, if you insist. You too, Robin. You've been running yourself ragged. Yes, ma'am. In that case, I leave the old man in your care. The rest of us will meet you at the Split Hull anon. You know, I get the appeal of that, at least. Word of advice, never let it show. When she realizes she struck a nerve, she remembers. By the god, she remembers. In any case, we must be made to rest. If we must be made to rest, I know a place in Sullen that's better for it than most. Come with me. But Monster Rancher, like, I've always preferred more serious things. Like, I really like the aesthetics of this game, for example, compared to World of Warcraft. This is more the kind of stuff I like serious role-playing games or whatever. And like both Pokemon and Monster Rancher isn't Pokemon, but it's still in like the same vein, and they all have this like goofy, I guess, cutesy approach to designs of everything, and it's just not my thing. May as well have a seat. We wouldn't want our elderly knees to give out. Dude, it's raining outside. We can't sit here in the rain. This is retarded. The fuck? Why won't it work? Oh, because I'm holding the wrong button. There we go. To hear her speak, you'd think I'm on my deathbed. By the 12, I wish that girl wouldn't worry so much. Wanted to take a screenshot. Thy countenance belies thy words, Master Thancred. I'm sure I don't know what you mean. Let the record show that I am here under protest. No, I can't say I mind the view. It's very lovely sitting out in the fucking rain. And if the abundance of anglers is any indication, even an amateur might land an impressive catch. Shall we try our hands at it? Help! Someone! Quickly! It's Nightshade. We was attacked on the road from the Crystarium. Barely escaped with me life. I suppose we might have predicted this. You mean you'll help? For free? Thank you. If I recall correctly, Nightshade is a local brand of outlaws. I doubt they'll trouble us over much. No more than they already have by interrupting our relaxation at any rate. Off we fly. Incel. These two have matters well in hand, by the looks of it. I'll not forget this kindness. May we meet again. Yeah! Hell yeah, dude. Is that you, sir? Don't tell me we just deprived that poor fellow the honor of being rescued by the Warrior of Darkness. We had no idea you were in the area. Fancy us meeting again so soon, eh? Why, I believe I even recognize your companion. Ah, yes, from the infirmary. You had a message for the Crystal Exarch, did you not? It's good to see you back on your feet, and on patrol no less. Oh, it's nothing as official as all that. Strictly speaking, we're off duty. But as we had a free moment, we thought we'd give a few of the less traveled roads a look. The guard doesn't have enough hands to patrol them regularly, you see. That's admirable. There are few so devoted to their duty, in Lakeland or beyond. Well, we've been talking about it for a while, and neither of us is satisfied with just seeing out our service. It feels like we could be doing more. Like we should be doing more. It's all about having the will to help your fellow man, and the resolve to see it through. I remember you. Excitable. Sorry, sir, I got a bit overexcited the other day. I couldn't get my words. The name's Vonart, sir. I'm with the guard, but I don't just want to protect Lakeland. I want to protect the lot, just like the Warriors of Light. Sadly, our duties prevent us from venturing too far from our own little corner of Northrend. What we'd really like to do is travel, to better ourselves and go where the need is greatest. But everyone has to start somewhere, don't they? For now, if we can stop Nightshade from robbing the odd fisher, then that's what we'll do. I gotta loot this guy's corpse now. Well, well. Future heroes of the first, do you think? They want not for spirit, 'tis but a pity they draw inspiration from so clouded a wellspring. Yet it availeth us not to fret in idleness. We must needs press on if we are to bring Elidibus's schemes to light. The cutout on his axe head is right in the sweet spot, makes his weapon far less effective. Maybe. Maybe. Though our respite was cut short, I dare say we are all eager to avail ourselves of such knowledge as the ruins may hold. Aye, and I doubt further contemplation of Elidibus's... Where the fuck is he? He's behind this guy. Further contemplation of Elidibus's machinations will be conducted to relaxation. We may as well make for the split hull now. Over there. Alright. I'm gonna... Do you have a gunblade? Yes. Every class in the game is based on a weapon, so it depends on what weapon you have equipped, what you are. So, right now I'm playing a gunbreaker, which is the gunblade class. And then you can just equip whatever else you have. Here I have a katana now, or a samurai. Etc, etc. Oh, I'm a dancer. Very cool, very manly outfit here. Apparently I have a blue mage as well. The hell are my buttons here? Now we need to level up a white mage. I have a level 80 white mage here, but I want to level up white mage on the American server. Boing. You do narration well, clearly spoken and with just enough style. Why, thank you. I'm glad there are like 2 people here to witness it. And one of them just keeps complaining every 5 minutes. But, I'm gonna put on a water pot, because I'm gonna make some pasta. So I'll be back in a little bit. I'll be back. Alright, now we just need to wait for it to start boiling. So where are we going? We're going down here somewhere. Ooh. We're going up there? Why? Is our flying whale gonna pick us up here? All are present. Now we but need to await Bismarck's coming. Thank you. "'Tis time. Pray make ready." God damn it. I was hoping we could like do some reading, but no. Ah, fine. Okay, I'm gonna go and turn the water off. One second. Oh. Yeah, no, we just got to a dungeon, and I don't want to just sit here and wait. So we're gonna do the dungeon, then I make food. Ooh. We can't. We're stuck. For fuck's sake. It's so annoying. Wait. Fuck. Nothing here. And how can I be this unlucky? This is so annoying. I need better gear to do this dungeon, or they won't let me in. And we're 2 item levels too low. So let's see if we can do something about that. Not really sure if we have anything I can do about that, though. That's the problem. Eden Relic Exchange. Maybe. But what the fuck?
We got one more! Now we need one more on top of that. Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
There's nothing I have that we can get. Unless... we might have nuts. I've got some nuts. Then we go to Marrow's Rookery. Here. Deep Shadow Gear. Right, that's not the class I am. We are Monotrigger. Ah, my inventory is full with trash. What can we throw? Can I discard you? Can I discard you? There. Finally. Holy shit. Okay, we have to actually enter it from there. Where was it? Go from right. But this is also gonna be a problem when we switch over to our other character, because it has no gear. So I might not be able to finish the story because we're gonna run into a huge gear cliff. So this late night might be a complete waste, but we'll see. At least we'll get some time to grind some gear, I guess. They did this in Heavensward as well. At the end, you had to do a specific dungeon to be able to finish Heavensward and start playing Stormblood. And that dungeon, Baelsar's Wall, it had such a high item level requirement that I had to farm for like 3 days to be just to be able to do the stupid dungeon to progress the story. Yeah, whatever. Here in Shadowbringers, you can do dungeons with NPC party members. Wait, does that mean I haven't done this before? No. I mean, I'm further in than this on my US character. So how can I have done this dungeon? Maybe I have better gear there. No, we'll see. To the depths. I see we are not to have a peaceful journey. Those are poor neighbors indeed. Well, it's not just that. It does sound stupid. It's simply just that the gear has, or the content has to be sufficiently more difficult than what we already have when they release new content. Because otherwise everything will be like pathetic for everyone who's actually been playing the game. So I'm playing a tank, and the NPCs are trying to DPS, but they're terrible at it. Ridiculously bad at it. Nope, I am in Sweden. But I'm playing on the North American server. Just because everyone I know is in North America. Not that we ever played together, but the time has come to part with these interlopers. Such ease of motion despite his size, it's truly a wonder. The walls fall. We must hurry. It's past midnight here. Rocks. We were fortunate. What is all of this? Ah. Wow. It's kind of laggy, to be honest. My frame rate's tanky. Hide some creatures. This dungeon kind of sucked, if I'm gonna be perfectly honest. Because you have to wait. Like, all it's doing is making you wait. And then it's sending like one monster at you at a time. Which means that there's not challenging at all. Because usually you pull like 3 packs. 2 or 3 packs of monsters. But here it's just 1, 1, 1, 1. It's not a good way to design dungeons, to be honest. If you can't balance it to be difficult. There it lands. I gave you my breath. Oh! Your wish is granted. Go, little ones. I mean, it's a cool dungeon otherwise. What is that? Unknown. Okay. Hello there, unknown. Oh, what are you? Okay. Oh, hello there. There's a little hole there.
I will not hold back.
Strange frequency emitted has drawn another creature. Oh, another one.
What the fuck? Heal me!
Okay. I guess not. This is why the NPCs suck, by the way. They can't even do normal content. But I have a bunch of skills we can use to reduce damage taken. Alright, now we have 2 dudes here. For some reason it's lagging crazy.
Leave the healing to me.
And yes, the game has really good music. It has, in my opinion, the best video game soundtrack of all time, probably. Item? Shit, why is it lagging so badly? Vivaldi is using way too much CPU. We're gonna be like that and we're turning you off. No, it's almost good. It was just like noticeably choppy now and then. Like no reason. To my rural lifestyle. Yeah, I know some people in the US who live rurally. And I know a guy with 4,000 hours in Warframe. But his internet is so bad that like whenever there's a patch he has to update it for like 3 days. Because he has Frontier or whatever they're called. But he lives in Ohio. Kill faster! Don't kill me! Thought there was a treasure chest. They give me all the rings that are for other classes. Give me the stuff for tanks, please. Honestly believe games give you equipment for other classes on purpose to make you mix up your playstyle. Not really, for the most part.
Away with you!
It's just RNG. It's just when you're playing like a barbarian and there are like 7 other classes, it's just so much more noticeable when you don't get what you want. When the pool is like 6 out of 7 items is for something else. That's really what's going on there. Now, this dungeon and like 2 quests after this is all I've ever done. After that, it's all new content for me. Like, I've played Shadowbringers 3 times now. Which is why a lot of it doesn't really affect me that much, but honestly, Shadowbringers is a really good written expansion. It makes you cry like 5 times, 6 times. Visions of Eld, attend to us now. Cyclops. Okay. Eye of the Cyclops. Boom.
This is going to leave a mark!
Terrible Blade. What do you want me to do? Oh! Okay. That's how it works. $200 Mina swipe. Okay, so now the sword is gonna land first. And then after the sword lands, you have to move over. Swing!
This is going to leave a mark! Oh, yeah.
Again! I'm getting tripped up. Because it says, one says swing and one says swipe. I'm getting tripped up by How similar they are. There's the swipe. Oh, we did it. Gloves of aiming. But this is the last dungeon we need to do on this character. Then we have to switch over to my other character that has only level 430 gear. And we need 440. And you need that one moss plate for a friend's hunter, but after an evening of grinding, he still hasn't got it. It's only an uncommon. Yeah. Could be one boss left now. Then I can eat some macaronis. Hopefully switch over to Kib soon. I mean, my other character. Come unto flesh, O forgotten form. Talking about Willis? Talking about forgotten forms? The Gunbreaker, like, I think this class is way too brain dead, personally, but it does have a little bit of optimization that you have to do. You want to play it well. It's not super easy. What are these? No! Why are you attacking that one, you retards? The biggest reason the NPC party members are really bad is that they are unable to use AoE abilities. They always single target. So they take longer to kill one pack than it takes a real party to kill 3. This is the queen. We're gonna do a misogyny.
Oh shit, she got big ass titties, dude.
Though I mislike this, we may as well have done it. Your kind has never given of its treasures willingly. Your lives will be no different. If she wants a fight, I'm happy to oblige. God damn it. She is at least wearing a bra. That much is true. So much shit going on. Oh, I know. I recognize this. This whole thing's emerging from the grates. That is a thing from Sastasha, which is the first dungeon in the game. They brought back apparently. Oh!
Well, yo, what the fuck?
What was it supposed to do there?
Nothing left of you but a smoking crater!
Run! Woo! Missed that she used the tank buster. Oh no, her knees are... Did it. We beat the woman. Come now. She was maniacal. What did... If there were more guards, they would be here. That was all of them. Every last one. 'Tis a boon we find this sanctum intact. We may at last turn our attention to investigation. Did Alphino say? The remaining Benthos may struggle, bereft of leader. Cool. Pants of scouting. That's not tanking. That's not tanking pants. But like I said, it doesn't matter because we're not going to do any content after this. We're just going to do some reading.
This structure must have served an important function. And here are yet more crystals.
I too noted the crystal repository on the way. The Benthos seem to employ them in their spellcasting.
In such vessels did the ancients preserve concepts, ideal forms to be drawn upon in the act of creation. That so great an abundance should reside here lendeth credence to Ishtola's conclusion. This facility held great significance.
Thank you all for joining us at Annihilator in these most perilous of times. By the summoning of Zodiac, have we been granted a reprieve, yet immutable as the loss he has woven may seem, they will not serve to forestall our doom. Nay, should we continue down this path, our fate will be the same. I said as much to the convocation, of course, but the stubborn fools turned a deaf ear to my warnings. I had hoped that the defector at least, would side with us, but I regret to report our overtures have gone unanswered. Cooper, whither tend your thoughts, Venet? Where you lead, we will follow. I shall not speak ill of the convocation. They too seek only to secure the future of our star. Yet it is plain they will not countenance a permanent solution. That being the case, we must ask ourselves a simple question. Are we prepared to pursue our chosen course? Ah, it was too fast. If so, I see no further reason to demur. Let us bring forth the light that shall ever after keep the darkness in check.
So, it was they who first summoned Hydaelyn.
Their discussion did seem to imply as much, yes. I cannot say I have ever heard of this Venar before.
For a certainty, Emmet Selk never uttered the name, speak though he did, of the schism which Zodiac's advent wrought upon mankind. Some were of the viewpoint that his power must needs be restrained, And to that end did they call forth she who would serve as his shackles. We now know that it was this Venar to whom they looked for leadership.
And that this place, in all likelihood, served as their headquarters. The presence of such intimate records attests to that. I would hear what else they have to tell us. All of it. Did anyone see the source of the image?
That random pillar.
Device there? Then let us see what other secrets it holds.
Bernard, please. Why must it be you? If I may speak plainly, I would sooner it were another. Any other. You are our leader. None can take your place. You know as well as I that but few support our cause. Far fewer than they who place their faith in Zodiac. If Heidelin is to stand a chance of opposing him, I am the only one who might suffice as her heart. Rest assured, however, I shall not vanish from this world. The form I take shall ever remain my choice. Then I will press you no more. Only know this, you will be sorely missed. I wonder, is this how the Convocation felt about Elidibus?
What? Forgive me, but did that not strongly imply that Elidibus sacrificed himself to become Zodiac's heart?
7 hells. Then who or what are we dealing with?
The device appears to activate via a form of ethereal attunement, not unlike an ether. Beyond that, I can say little for certain, save that we should take this opportunity to see what other records it contains. No response. Confound it. If I may, milady, the panel did formerly emit a soft yet perceptible glow. That it doth so no longer may betoken the depletion of some essential energy within. Given how long it has lain dormant, I think it fortunate it functioned at all. That may be, but if we can't get it to work again, we'll be leaving with more questions than we've answered. The white-robed emissary hath ever named himself Elidibus. Yet if the shades spoke true, Elidibus ceased to be, ere even the sundering came to pass. This calleth to mind a truth that Emet-Selch did once reveal in passing, that the names by which we know our foe are not those given to Ascians at birth, Rather, they are titles of office, afforded to individuals of merit at such time as the role becometh vacant. Perchance the Elidibus at Zodiark's heart and the emissary with whom we are acquainted be not one and the same, but predecessor and successor. It's possible, if the previous Elidibus perished before the final days, the one we know now could be a survivor of the Sundry. And yet something in that explanation rings false. I will remain for a time. I would not abandon my attempts to revive the device so soon. There is more to learn here. I can feel it. In matters of etherology, I know of none as capable as thee. If there existeth a means to learn more, thou wilt surely find it. Whilst thou art thus engaged, we shall attend to matters on the surface. If you say so. Echoes of a Fallen Star. This is the last quest I've done. Can we but uncover Elidibus's true origins, we may yet come to understand his designs. To that end, Y'shtola must needs to be afforded as much time as she doth require to complete her investigation. To the extent that such things are within our control, yes. Speaking of which, perhaps we might trouble the Exarch for news of his progress while with the spirit vessel. He will no doubt wish to hear of our own discoveries as well, such as they are.
Dare I ask what's going on?
Ah, excellent timing. For me, in any case. We have a problem. The vast majority of those gathered here are presently in the employ of the Guard or else one of the facets, and no longer wish to be so. In principle, all are free to change vocation at any time. But a city does require a certain number of people in these positions if it is to continue to function. For the moment, I have asked them to postpone their resignation until such time as replacements can be found. As you may have surmised, we have the Warrior of Light to thank for this.
It's you! The Warrior of Darkness! You understand, don't you? Someone's going to have to look after this place once you're gone. We just want to be ready to do our bit when the time comes.
And not only here, but everywhere. Which is why we've got to get out there and lend a hand to those in need. That's what you did, isn't it? Even if it was just little things at the start. You helped people.
Dot dot dot. What kind of face was that?
Strong and silent, just as a hero should be. You let your actions speak for you, and we mean to do the same. We might have our sky back, but there are still people who need help.
Oh.
If we follow in your footsteps, then I choose to believe we too can be heroes one day. Even warriors of light.
My ear is weird.
What are we to say to that? We can hardly tell them they are mistaken. They seek but to do good, as you have.
But no more can we stand idly by and suffer a paragon's scheme to proceed unchallenged.
What's happening to the sky?
I just pick ... every single time I can.
What the?
Wicked White. Oh no.
By the 12th.
A star shower.
I hear a voice.
You and all? And why does it feel like it's inside my head?
Hear? Feel? Think? I hear it.
Me too.
Did I not tell you, my friends? You are warriors of light! You're back!
I miss Gibbs. I absolutely hate this character. The human model or the Hur model, it's so dog shit. Like, you can't make a good looking Hur. Highlander, kind of, if you like the gruff look that they have. But the Hur, it's always bad.
The voice of light itself, and it has blessed you with its power. Welcome to the fold.
I'm a warrior of light.
I've been chosen?
Like, they don't have a jawline.
Can it be?
Me, the hero.
My water's been boiling for like 10 minutes now.
Wait!
I only tried 11 once. I don't remember much. Except that it was really
Stars,
bad.
were they your doing? And why do you need warriors of light?
What, am I to reveal my plans simply because you asked?
Yes, that's usually what you guys do.
I think not. Though the stars, I acknowledge mine. A convenient illusion apt to awaken what little is left of the power that once resided in your sundered souls.
After they're not talking.
That which you and yours call the echo. And an echo it is, of a symphony, but a fraction of what men in their completeness once possessed. Even those among you who tower over others in the gift have only the faintest trace of it. But though sundered and forgotten through death and mocking rebirth, it has persisted. A whisper of our past, burned into your very ether, along with the sight of our end. Through the rekindling of memory, I have awoken the ability, just as Hydaelyn is wont to do when she has need of new minions.
The Echo hath ever been thought a gift from Hydaelyn, a boon granted solely to her chosen. Yet thou wouldst claim she merely awakeneth the power that men should hearken unto. Her voice. Given the perceived simultaneity of her call and the awakening of her chosen's capacity to hear it, it is only natural that we thus attributed the source of the gift. Yet if, in truth, the Echo is a prerequisite for hearing her voice, one might surmise that her call never ceaseth, such that all who awaken to their innate gift might receive of the blessing of light at the self-same instant. In sooth, we bore witness to this but moments ago. At the sight of the star shower, full many in the crowd did speak of hearing a voice in their minds, did they not?
But no one in our party awakened the Echo. Only a bunch of random NPCs.
Just so. And whenever Hydaelyn has need of new servants, she is quick to pluck comets from the heavens or create illusions of the same.
Why then didst thou conjure this vision, full knowing that thine age-old foe would thus claim those awakened to the gift?
Foe? You must be mistaken. As you see, I am a warrior of light. And together with my comrades in arms, I shall save the world. Just like you.
I'm an hour overdue for my midnight lunch. There. Now Alfino is standing here waiting for us. Alright. I'm gonna go cook, so I'll be back in a little bit. Alright, let's do it a little bit. The more Elidibus reveals, the less I understand. But that he has made a fine mess of things is plain. He is gone then. I've managed to persuade a number of our would-be deserters to reconsider, or at least delay their departure, but as many are deaf to my entreaties. Young Thaler and Vonard among them, I'm sorry to say, they have quit the guard. Nevertheless, I wish them well. Whatever Elidibus's plans for them might be, the pair have only ever had the best of intentions. One can hardly blame them for thinking themselves heroes elect, not after having been blessed with the Echo. And it's not as if they haven't shown the requisite spirit. I quite agree. Though the impetus for their sudden departure may have been words falsely spoken, the men and women in whose footsteps they would follow are heroes in truth, warriors of light, Ardbert, yourself most of all. And so I would ask a favor of you. Speak with them ere they embark on their journey, and furnish them with what wisdom you can. They've set off for the Amaro launch, but you should still be able to catch them if you leave now. Worth the effort, I'd say. If I recall correctly, Admiral Merlwood took the time to usher you out into the wider world, many moons ago. Whoa, shit, that was like 500 hours ago. I think that comparison rather flatters Thaler and Vonard, but the point still stands. They would doubtless be greatly encouraged, were the Warrior of Darkness himself to see them all. If thou art willing, I prithee go. Thou mayest safely leave the task of unfolding that which did transpire at Anamnesis to us. Oh! I haven't had macaronis for like ages. Also, Swedes are like the only people who say macaronis. Maybe Italians, I don't know. But I am having macaronis. This one is faster. Going this way is faster. That way you have to go up a bunch of stairs. It takes forever. Just teleporting is always faster. Amaro launch. Though Americans do say mac. Mac and cheese. Macaronis with cheese. Hey, you got the nice outfit, dude. Except your hat looks stupid. You again? I mean, it's you, sir. Sorry, it's been a funny old day. Girl form? What, macaronis? I mean, they are macaronis. You can be sure we'll take those words to heart. I still can't believe it. You coming all this way just to speak to us. I swear, we won't let you down. So long as it helps someone, we'll do what needs doing out there, no matter how small. And when larger threats loom, we'll be ready to face them. You see if we aren't. Well, what are you waiting for? Get out there. Go and wander about. You're gonna starve in like 3 days. You'll be off then. Farewell, Warrior of Darkness, and thank you. Only say macaroni? That's just weird. They're macaronis. The Docile Gate. I've been working out, that's why I sound like an old man whenever I sit down. Like a friend of mine says cereals, whereas the normal plural here in the US is just cereal. Oh. I mean, one cereal, that's a cereal box, right? So multiple cereals, that would be multiple cereal boxes. But you can't say cereals about like the flakes. That would be cereal flakes. But it's macaronis. Thank you for making the effort. I'm certain your words will be a boon to them. While you were away, the others told me of your investigation. We have yet to discuss how to proceed, however. A bowl of cereals? What a weirdo. While your findings in Anamnesis Annihilated do raise important questions as to the identity of our adversary, we are no closer to discerning his design, nor do I know of any other potential avenue of investigation. For reason which we must needs trust to Y'shtola's ingenuity, and wait for her efforts to revive the Ancient's device to bear fruit. What if I were to attempt to follow the emissary? Elusive as he is, his plans compels him to court public attention. He shouldn't be impossible to find. Especially for one of your experience, it does seem worth the attempt. Then I'll come with you. Safety in numbers. No. In combat, perhaps, but where stealth is required, the opposite is true. Happily, I don't plan on getting myself caught, so you have no need to worry. Nor do I intend to vanish for moons on end. We still have the empty to attend to, don't we? Alright, then I look forward to your return. Then it sounds like the rest of us should avoid doing anything which might prompt Elidibus to look too closely at our movements. Insofar as it's possible, I recommend we limit our activities to the Crystarium. Speaking of which, Exarch, might I ask if you've made any progress with the spirit vessel? Of course. We are presently studying the principles of underpinning memory transference, and, I believe, nearing the requisite levels of understanding. Less hearteningly, practical trials of transference methods suited for use with the vessel have yet to yield satisfactory results, to put it mildly. But there are still many promising possibilities we have yet to test. Indeed, though it may take some time yet, we are well on our way to a solution. And I shall not rest until one is found. Though we are all grateful for thine unstinting efforts, thou needst not labor to the exclusion of all else. If it would serve to lighten thy burden, however little, I should gladly offer mine assistance. Quite. I, for my part, will do what I can to ensure that the Crystarium continues to run smoothly, in spite of recent disruptions. And perhaps I could help. There must be something I can do, even if it's just guard duty. Thank you, all of you. I shall breathe easier for your assistance. Of course, on the evidence of the recent past, it will not be long before some new crisis arrives to throw our plans into disarray, at which time your services will be in particular demand. That being the case, perhaps you might take this opportunity to retire to your suit at the Pendants. I enjoy talking to folks from all over the world, though it does make my job a bit more complicated each year when I renew my top secret certification to continue working in the aerospace industry. Are you one of those people who have to, like, ask all your friends for their real name online? Continue, like, holding contact? I knew a guy who was like that. He's like, if you don't give me your real name and address, like, I can't keep talking to you. Alright, I'll be right back.
have a spoon there.
I do often have to be careful. Yeah. Sounds kind of a tedious industry to work in that sense. As my pleasure as always, Master Tia. I am relieved to see you were unharmed in the earlier commotion, though, if I may, you do look somewhat wary. I presume you will be retiring to your suite. Very well. Do let me know if there's anything you require. And now, as we do, I put ketchup into my macaronis. Americans all over the world distraught. American ketchup must suck ass. They're just so upset whenever you mention it. I love that. What a weird American. Master Kanavi, it's Glynnad from the Wandering Stairs. I apologize for calling so late. A friend of yours was asking after you. You may remember them from that business with the cardinal virtues. Grandson. Well met, sinner. I don't have mac and cheese. I have... It's a sausage. It's a Swedish sausage called falukorv. It's a sausage. It's literally called Falu sausage because it's made in Falu. Which is a town. And then I made a little stew as well. Milk stew. I was looking forward to a welcome respite here in the Crystarium, but the mood here is not exactly conducive to relaxation, as I'm sure you've noticed. I'd wager you know more about what's going on than anyone else in the city. Care to share? I can't say that I envy you your prey. Dark work, this twisting the warriors of Light's legacy, reminds me of what became of old Dikayasin, though the Ascian of yours is a fair bit more chatty. I'm tempted to silence him myself. Brandon made his mistakes, I'm sure they all did. But the past is the past. They've earned their rest. Did you know ramen cooked in a styrofoam cup with a packet of Taco Bell hot sauce tastes exactly like being broke and hopeless? Yeah, that sounds about right. I'm not about to let him sully Ardbert's good name. What? You want me to leave it to you? Yes. Right. I'm not the only one carrying all that weight. Very well, but only because you asked. Remember, if you ever need me, just say the word. I'll be there. Meanwhile, in the Crystal Tower's umbilicus... Yes, I am. I'm at the top. Under bickering.
Foiled again. If I cannot imbue the infernal thing with my power via magical means, we may need to devise a way to infuse the vessel with my blood after all.
Art thou unwell?
Or perhaps a brief respite? It wouldn't do to overtax yourself.
I'm fine.
He's fine.
And given to stubbornness, I'm afraid. Especially when I have a stake in the outcome.
No need for a background check? Sure, I suppose. Go ahead. He finally got rid of the fat armor. In favor of a Japanese motorcycle gang coat.
The dream again.
Oh.
A recurring dream. They do so fascinate me. Might I trouble you for the details?
Yes.
I have always dreamed of it. Fire falling from the heavens, and the city, nay, the whole world ablaze.
I'm neither Gibbs nor Bubs. And Aerith is Gibbs.
Indeed. Could Emmett Selk have found a way? Precious few possess memories of the final days.
The final days.
Why, yes. Admittedly, my knowledge is mostly second-hand, but if you are interested, I will gladly tell you the tale.
I recognize this voice actor too much. I know exactly who that is.
The tale
Why,
of
however,
the world's end.
I don't know. Nice pot. Thanks, dude. Got macaronis in it. Mmm! We can finally switch back to Kibs. Basically, I'm caught up. Well, after the queue is done. Now everything after this is new content for me. I have no idea what's gonna happen. Very exciting. I'm actually like kind of excited. I bring out the pot and all of a sudden I've got like 40 viewers. Yeah. Apparently somehow I have item level 440 here. Deep Shadow Ring, Deep Shadow. I wonder how many nuts we have. I don't think I have enough nuts. Minus Rookery. Now we're playing a Paladin instead. I honestly like this class better. It's very similar, but it's still different. Oh! Had enough to buy a new weapon. This item, this Deep Shadow set is so ridiculously edgy. We're gonna fix that. No, I haven't made a glamour plate out of this because I still have the stuff equipped. What does that mean? Why is there a triangle? What does the triangle mean? It doesn't say anything anywhere. Do I care? Whatever, dude. Oh, I think maybe this? Is this it? Yeah. It was glamored, I think, to my Dark Knight set. I can't use that as Paladin, that's why. That's why. Yeah, now we have my Paladin stuff back. The Paladin, this gear, or this set, I think it's alright to be honest, but it's a little bit much. We're going back to the pendants. on voice acting so I can eat food. Ah, Master Tia, will you be venturing forth today? Do be sure to take care if so. Though they say the star shower was harmless, one can never be too careful. But I concede it is not for me to tell the Warrior of Darkness how to look after himself. Old habits, you understand. I'm Kibbs. Ah, Robin, how very opportune. Greetings, my friend. Do you perchance have a moment to spare? Suppose? What is it? Wonderful, wonderful. I wanted to thank you, you see, for revealing to us the truth of the Warriors of Light. For all these years, your tales set the record straight. Finally, the people see them as the great heroes they were. Or the great hero he is in the case of Ardbert. You too were surprised to see him, I think. At the time I was not certain what to make of it all. I could see the effect his words had on those around me, and then the stars rained down from the sky and, well, you know the rest. When the commotion died down, you were nowhere to be seen, but I was determined to express my gratitude, and so here I am. Thank you, Robin, for giving voice to the truth and restoring the Warriors of Light to their rightful place in history. Should you perhaps wish to have your account of these matters committed to writing, I would be more than willing to serve as your scribe. Indeed, if there is anything I can do to help, anything at all, you need only say the word. Can you kill Ardbert? Very well. Tell me what the situation is like in the city. The situation in the city? Do you mean the people's awakening as Warriors of Light? Well, while questions remain about the circumstances surrounding Ardbert's return, history tells us that what took place may not be entirely unprecedented. Ah, but to understand that requires an understanding of Warriors of Light in a broader frantic context. If it please you, I should be glad to provide an overview. I flatter myself that it may grant you a better grasp of which is occurring not only in the Crystarium but the world at large. Flashbang? It's not that bad. It's fine. Excellent. I shall return to the cabinet at once and look up the relevant texts. Pray join me at your earliest convenience. No rest for the righteous, it would seem. Shut up, dude. Do not let me keep you, sir. I bid you a pleasant day. Yeah. Ah, Rob. Excellent timing. I have but this moment finished gathering the materials for our lesson. As a great many works make reference to the Warriors of Light, I shall, with your permission, focus only upon the details that seem most relevant. I didn't invite you guys. The Warriors of Light, you say? Forgive us, but we couldn't help overhearing. How could you not help overhearing? What are you even doing? We've been out keeping watch over the Crystarium, but it appears to be business as usual. So I thought I'd spend some time brushing up my knowledge of familiars, and Alphino volunteered to help. I actually came on a different errand, but I'd be interested in hearing about the Warriors of Light as well. May I join you? Of course, of course. The more the merrier. If you would care to find a table below, I shall be down with the books in a moment. Come on, Warren. They could afford a voice actor for you, I'm sure. Looks tiring? You'd be surprised how people stand. If you actually take a look at how people stand. Once you start becoming an artist and you start having to think about these things, it's like nothing is the way you think it is. Like people stand that way a lot more than you think. Were one to pore over the annals of Rantic history, one would note the comparatively frequent recurrence of individuals hailed as warriors of light. But it is a bit exaggerated here, yes. Ardbert and his comrades require no introduction, but many others bore the epithet long before them. To name but a few, there was Tolthewil, the legendary first knight of Lakeland. I think that's the king you fight in the Grand Cosmos. He comes out of the painting. Yeah, the legendary first king of Lakeland. Rodfort and Solar, the fabled Dran, and Galgant duo of Verbert. Yeah, those are all the guys there. And no list of Rantic heroes would be complete without the Archmage Tuna of Ranka. In older text, she too was called a warrior of light. It did surprise me how ready people were to forget the negative associations of the title, but it makes sense if it's been around for centuries. Verily, in ages past it was simply a synonym for hero. In the wake of the flood, however, light came to be regarded with fear, the title used not to exalt but to revile. A far cry from its beginnings. Give me voice acting, I need to eat. Alright. This, my friends, is Norrand's oldest epic, the original tale of the struggle between good and evil. In a time when all lay shrouded in darkness, a prophesized hero rose to deliver the world from its doom. Fighting in the name of the light, the hero styled himself its foot soldier, and thus did he become known as the Warrior of Light. Curiously, in the centuries that followed, other heroes appeared who claimed the selfsame epithet, despite sharing no discernible connection with their predecessors. And in time, Warrior of Light came to be a name accorded to all men and women of uncommon skill and valor. Well, well, the plot thickens. As you know, the title of Warrior of Light is also used in the source, though the manner in which individuals have earned it are many and varied. Heroes have been honored thus since antiquity. Nor does the custom show any sign of dying out, as you can well attest. It makes you wonder, doesn't it? It surely can't be a coincidence. Indeed not. Let us imagine a man who has awakened to the echo and is able to hear Heidelin's voice. As she styles him, so too does he style himself a warrior of light. Of course, being blessed with the echo does not in itself make one a hero. and conversely there will have been no few heroes who were not blessed with it. Such distinctions are immaterial to the masses, and over time they came to use the title Warrior of Light and the word hero interchangeably. Sounds about right. It would be interesting to see if the theory holds true in the other worlds, if crossing the rift were that easy. Hydaelyn did call me a Warrior of Light. She did? I've never heard her voice myself. But I can feel her presence, perhaps through Minfilia. At any rate, assuming all of this is true, and there's a common thread behind the epithet, I doubt the Ascians will have been amused. To have the world at large associate light, and by extension Hydaelyn, with good, must have added insult to injury. While this discussion is undeniably fascinating, I wonder, should I be privy to it? Perhaps it would be better if I excused myself. Oh, no need for that, my friend. Pray accept our apologies. Your lesson on the Warriors of Light has given us much to ponder. Ooh, did someone say Warriors of Light? Wow! Or cat people. Rikitio, are you alright? Ah, my precious tomes! Ah, did I not say you must take care in the cabinet? She's gonna cry, dude. Oh. You too, Arkil. Farewell. We're sorry, Master Morin. Aren't you? The Warrior of Light, I mean Darkness, yes. The Warrior of Darkness. My name is Rikitio, and I want to help everyone. Please, tell me what I have to do to be a hero, to be a Warrior of Light. So, I want to be a Warrior of Light, but not one that fights with a sword and all that. No, I want to be the kind that fights with potions and heals people. An apothecary. And I'm going to help everyone in the Crystarium, no, in all of North. When I told Arkil and Erwin this, they said that the cabinet should have lots of tomes about potions. But this place is so big, we don't have the faintest idea where to begin searching. At this rate, I'm not going to get anyone. Restore the child? You. If one knew where to look, one should indeed be able to find treatises on potions here. Even so, I fear they may prove a little difficult for one so young. But, Esteemed Warrior of Darkness, perhaps you might accompany young Rikitio to Spagherix. Rather than through tomes, I believe she stands to learn more by observing the Chirurgeons at their work. Sounds like a plan. It seems we've finished here, so we'll come with you. I don't have time for this. I'll go, but only for a little while. Really? Thank you so much, Warrior of Darkness. We'll see you at Spagherix. Why is it called that? Spagherix? It's the hospital. Like, is this some weird word that I don't know? Food. AoE them. Blam! Well now, to what do I owe the pleasure of so many bright-eyed visitors? Is that the way of it, Sweetie? You wish to learn about medicine? That's right. I want to become a warrior of light who uses potions to help people all over the world. Well, that is a very noble endeavor, and you aren't alone in it. No few at our infirmary yearn to venture forth as warriors of light. But ultimately they have all decided not to pursue that dream. Huh? Why? Because the people here need them too, Sweetie. The guards who place themselves in harm's way to keep us safe. The artisans who toil tirelessly that we might sustain our way of life. And younglings like you, who are the future of the Crystarium. They simply couldn't abandon them, you see. And so, difficult though it was, they made the decision to remain. Then, does this mean my dream isn't any good? Oh, Sweetie, yours is a wonderful dream. And it would be my pleasure to help you to pursue it. If we all work hard, the day will come when our chirurgeons may set forth to aid folk in every corner of the realm. As we strive towards that day, I hope that we can rely upon you as well. Though I must warn you, ours is not an easy path. No, you must work very, very hard. I'm not afraid of hard work. I'll become the best apothecary ever, just you watch. Hee hee. I hate when they laugh. Hee hee! That's the spirit. Without further ado then, may I entrust you with a task. I have placed an order at Sweet Seed for a potion ingredient, and I would like you to go and collect it. Ooh, an ingredient! Leave it to me, miss. Ah, such an abundance of energy. Though I can't help wonder if she'll be alright by herself. My apologies, but would you mind accompanying her? When you arrive at Sweet Seed, speak with a woman named Gracie. She will point you in the right direction. I shall join you. As the one who suggested this course to Rikitio, I would assist in her first steps. I wonder if you can change color on your gear yet. And what about the two of you? Are you coming along too? Well, we do want to become warriors of light, just not the same kind as Riki. So we'll wait for you here, warrior of darkness. When you return, please teach us how to fight. Alright, I'm gonna punch you in the face. In that case, Reen and I shall keep them company and take the opportunity to ask about their aspirations. I hate that emote so much. It's so... it lacks energy. Where are we going? This direction. There. Oh, we can eat some food. What? Sweet. Where the fuck are they? What the hell is a Sweet Seed? Here? Oh, if it isn't the Warrior of Darkness himself. I assume you are with Master Alphen. Right, lest you wonder, Chesameel's order is for grapes. As busy as we have been of late, however, I regret to say we didn't have the time to harvest it. So it was with apologies that I asked Master Alphino and his young companion to help themselves to the fruits on the vines. Perhaps you could lend them a hand. It's the undersized grapes you want to pick. They're too small for normal consumption, but suitable for making wine and medicine. You make medicine out of grapes?
Are these small enough?
Ah, there you are. As it turns out, the ingredient still wants for harvesting, so we're going about that now. Yeah, this is what I've trained all my life for. Picking raisins. Oh, you're here too? We're picking little grapes. It's quite fun. Wow, you picked this many already? Amazing. I dare say we have enough between us. Shall we take them back to Chesameel? Eh. I can't wait to see what she's going to do. What she's going to do with them. Tell me, Riki, what made you want to become an apothecary and warrior of light? Why? Well, a while ago I fell sick. Really sick. My body was burning up, and I felt so weak I couldn't even get out of bed. Then a traveling apothecary came and gave me a potion to drink. It was the foulest thing I've ever tasted, but it made me get better. She was so brave, the apothecary, I mean. She went around taking care of people, even when it was dangerous, and I decided I wanted to help people just like her. So I started brewing potions out of grass and giving them to my friends, but I didn't really know what I was doing. There was anything else I could do. Then not long ago, a neighbor told me he was going to become a warrior of light and go traveling the world, helping people. And I thought, that's the same what I want to do. I see. Out of curiosity, what did your neighbor do in the end? Sailor? I haven't seen him in a bit, so he must already be out there looking for people to help. Sailor? One of the guards awakened by the star shower. Thank you for sharing your tale with us, Rikitio. I myself took inspiration from one not unlike your traveling apothecary, and I hope her good example will spur you on to realize your dreams. But it will not be done in a day. Such lofty goals are reached through hard work and persistence. Through countless little acts of heroism, like delivering the grapes to Chesameel. It would seem I have been laboring under some misapprehension. I had convinced myself that it was Elidibus who had sowed the desire to become warriors of light within the hearts of the people. But I see now that the impulse to aid their fellow man abided within them from the first. Elidibus did no more than give it a name. And as he so kindly proclaimed, we must return to our own world ere long. With the Exarch laboring tirelessly, I doubt not but that a way will be found. Yet I believe I speak for us all when I say I cannot leave in good conscience, not until we have dealt with Elidibus. This is no longer a strange and distant land after all. Norbrand has become a home to us, and her people are own. My nose is getting stuffy. Let us return to Spagarix. It wouldn't do to keep your admirers waiting. Food's getting cold. Walking all over the plants. Rah, 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 rah. My thanks for your kind help, sweetie. We now have all the ingredients we require. From the grapes we shall make a vinegar, to which we will add elf grass and a few other herbs to produce an invigorating syrup. Though it's unspeakably sour, it does wonders for the constitution. As part of her studies, I may just have to give Riketio a little taste. Hee hee! Yes, hee hee. Indeed. Warrior of Darkness, if you've finished helping Riki, won't you show us some fighting? Not play fighting, but honest to God's fighting. We already have some enemies that you can deal with. Vampire bats. The guards say they've become a pest around the Crystarium flame. We tried to sneak outside to hunt them, but the guards caught us and sent us home. But they shouldn't mind if you were doing the fighting and we were just watching. The children told us much while you were away. Told us as much while you were away, and in preparation, Chesamil kindly furnished us with some lures for the bats. While the creatures won't give you any sport, bear in mind that the younglings will be watching. That's to say, put on a good show, yes? Right, let's head outside at once. Everyone follow me. Who is this, Edward Scissorhands? What the fuck? I only say, wait, just a... Come on then, children. Look at him. I bet he's called that. Roland or Torin, no. Everyone's here. Good. Let's get started, shall we? As their name suggests, vampire bats feed on blood, and originally being nocturnal creatures, they've grown more active with the return of night. And become a nuisance. To draw them out, we'll use Chesamil's lures, which work by exploiting their heat-seeking behavior. The bats are wont to nest under the eaves, so you're likely to attract more if you place the lures near buildings. I have here 6 lures. 3 each for you and me. As proof of a successful kill, I want you to gather up their fangs. Whoever collects the most is the winner. Their fangs? Oh, you're hunting too? Yes, well, there's nothing like friendly competition to bring out the best in Rob. Anyway, while we hunt the bats, the 2 of you are to stay with Irene. She's really strong too and will keep you safe. No! Without further ado then, let the contest begin. Bats! Wait, what? One bat. 6. That wasn't right. This is how you play. You realize that grabbing the fangs that means we're killing them, and then we're like forcibly cracking the fangs out of their skulls. Couldn't you have done like literally anything else? Wouldn't that have been easier? Oh, the flashbang. We got one fang out of that. We killed 3 bats. Now we can eat. While we're auto-flying. Not sure I could take bigger bites. Well fought, Rob. The children were hanging on your every move. They couldn't see anything. What's on the other side of the world? As was I, to be honest. Though I know the tally, may I see your fangs for good measure. Apologies for the wait. My fangs? Not a bad haul, even if I do say so myself. Five, 6, 7. 7 fangs from Alice. Which means that we have a draw. We also collected 7 fangs. What? Ah, why does this feel even worse than losing? Just another measly fang and victory would have been mine. Don't look so surprised. I have no intention of remaining lost in your wake forever, you know. You wanna fight? We can fist fight right now, so settle this. So, children, you've now seen the Warrior of Darkness in action. What are your impressions? He's incredible, miss. The bats were down before they knew it. Our guards are strong, but the Warrior of Darkness is much, much stronger. We want to be just like him. Good. If you're looking for an example to emulate, you may as well pick the best. I want you to remember how you felt when you watched Robin and train hard. Keep at it for long enough and you'll be strong too. If you don't mind telling us, when did you decide that you wanted to become more Warriors of Light? Well, we were listening with everyone when Artbert appeared, but I've wanted to be strong since before I came to the Crystarium. The Sin Eaters killed my father and my sister, see, and I promised myself I'd learn how to protect the people one day. Like Ardbert said, this is our home. We're the ones who have to protect it. We're the ones who have to rise up as the new Warriors of Light. What about you, Arkil? Me? To be honest, I'm still not sure what I want to do. But if my friends were in trouble, I know that I would want to help them. And want to go on adventures with them. See the world together. That's a wonderful goal. Yo, you really think so? It's hard to explain, but it's something I felt when I saw the Star Shower the other day. I felt as if though there was something I'd lost, and that I had to go out there and find it. Well, for the both of you, there's nothing for it but to train. When we return to the city, I'll teach you some exercises you can do by yourselves. Squats! Thanks for showing us your fighting skills, Warrior of Darkness. We'll never forget it. I understand how Arkil feels. The Star Shower didn't awaken me to Heidelin's voice, but that vision of the final days, of Amarok burning. It filled me with sadness to the very pit of my being. Things I once knew, people I once loved, promises I once made. It felt as though long-forgotten memories were dancing at the edge of my mind, but when I try to focus on them, they simply fade away. An effect of having a fractured soul, I shouldn't doubt. But lest you worry, I am perfectly happy to remain fractured and have no intentions of donning an Asian mask. Yeah, I just wish we knew what Elidibus was plotting. Ah, but look at this pair of incurable brooders. If we're going to stand around lost in thought, we may as well do it back in the city. Rest assured, Reen and I will take the children from here. Their heads will be in the clouds after meeting you, but we'll see to it their feet remain firmly planted on the ground. Oh, you're dying? It's nothing. Just a dizzy spell. Seems I tried a little too hard to beat you. I'm fine now. Not to worry. I'll see you soon. As you ponder Alice's words, you are taken by an urge to revisit the scene of that fateful meeting. Okay. I think this should be the best. Or maybe not. Maybe we were actually closer down there. Whatever. Yeah, okay. Temero's Rookery would have been the closest. And you can't ride your mount in the cities for some reason. Weird, but that's how it is.
Why am I... Was it you who called me here?
On behalf of the Convocation, I bid you welcome to our order. At times you will stand with us, at times you will stand against us, all that you might steer mankind and the very star upon their true course. For yours is the seat of Elidibus, the emissary, and by this name shall your every action be guided.
So you peered into my memories. No matter. You will have found little of import. But I see you intended to summon me here no more than I intended to come. The fault is mine. Such is the burden of hope.
Give back Ardbert's body.
What fool would relinquish his weapon on the eve of battle? That which I do is no different from that which you have done so many times, Warrior of Darkness. I arm myself, I hone my skills, I make ready to vanquish my enemy. You.
Me?
You who have murdered my brothers, who have taken their selfless labors in service to the one true world and turned them to ash. I see you for what you are. You are death, and only in death shall you serve any purpose. The Convocation charged me to steer mankind and the very star upon their true course. As Elidibus, it is my duty, and I shall see it done. I will strike you down. Destroy you body and soul. All else must wait. Ere long I will come for you, Warrior of Darkness. And I will save the world. One last matter. I bore witness to your final struggle with Emet-Selch. It seemed as if he saw something familiar in you. As if he mistook you for another.
Dot dot dot.
Keep your counsel then. You spare me further frustration. As often as we have met, you have never once awakened any memory within me. Mayhap I never knew you. Or mayhap it is another fragment lost.
Ah, I wasn't aware you already had a guest. If the conversation is constructive, I shall not intrude. But if you seek to stir up trouble, Elidibus, Then I must insist you leave at once.
Though you lack her blessing, your soul is surprisingly dense.
Worry not. I seem to be unharmed. This is my own doing. The consequence of my recent exertions. It is the tower's way of compensating me for the demands I have placed on it. Rest assured, it is no great inconvenience at present. Indeed, I told Beck Lug as much, but they would not be persuaded and sent me away to rest. No need to make a fuss. Strange as it may sound, I consider it something of a badge of honor. One of the brave souls who saw me delivered unto the first once said that the world shall ever have a place for tales of heroism so long as we have need of inspiration in our lives. Though he and his fellows had no way of knowing whether their mad scheme would amount to anything, they knew that the attempt alone would inspire hope, or so they hoped. A more optimistic lot one would be hard-pressed to find. They said they would find a means to save our God's forsaken world, just as soon as they had sent me on my way. Said it with such confidence that, for a fleeting moment, I half believed them. Such faith. Such courage in the face of unrelenting despair. For a long time, it was more than I could bear to remember them. But having come this far, having sent full many on their way myself, I see things more clearly. To take action is to hope. To believe, to choose to believe, is to take the first step towards a brighter future. And why do I tell you this? Because I want you to indulge me in a little recklessness. Needless to say, I have a plan. And when all is said and done, I will ask yet another favor of you.
You're both here. Oh, thank goodness.
What's wrong?
It's Thancred. He's collapsed.
They're dying. The fate seemed determined not to allow us a quiet moment. But come, let us have the details from Reed. Why is he glowing? He wasn't glowing before. It happened after Alice and I saw the children back to Spaggrates. We chanced to meet Thancred there, returning from his mission. He had been shadowing Elidibus around the realm, only to lose sight of him near the Crystarium. And he was in the middle of telling us where he'd been, when he just crumpled to the ground. The Chirurgeons are looking after him now, with Alphino standing by, just in case his healing magics are needed. Since I couldn't do anything to help, I thought it best to find you, and the guard at the etc. told me where to look. I see. It cannot have been easy leaving Thancred's side. My thanks for bearing word to us. Come, let us hurry to Spagnix. I think this is closest. Come on, voice acting. My nose is too stuffy to read anymore. They dragged you They dragged you here too, did they? My apologies. How do you feel? Embarrassed, but otherwise well enough. I won't be staying overnight. This episode was not the result of any injury I could find. Thancred's ether, however, did show signs of instability, and I did what I could to calm the fluctuations. And all of this happened without warning. Not exactly. You will doubtless recall the time Urianger nearly drowned and I gallantly went to his rescue. When his water-walking charm failed, he was tired, as were you when you got back. We were both spent, yes, on account of which you begged us to rest, which in retrospect may have been a good idea. The fact is, I've been experiencing regular bouts of lightheadedness ever since, but there was no actual fainting until now. As Alphino observed, I have no lingering injuries, and it most assuredly isn't old age, which leaves one likely cause. The link between body and soul has weakened further. Time grows short. We must complete the spirit vessel with all haste. To that end, Robin, might I trouble you to make a trip to the source? In addition to looking in on our friends' bodies, I would have you consult Kryal about our plan. If she has any concerns, we should at least endeavor to address them prior to proceeding. In the meantime, we should get back to laying bare Elidibus's plot. Thus far, I have learned this much, that in each of the places he has visited, there have been sightings of suspicious black-clad strangers. Moreover, the coming of these shady individuals has invariably coincided with some manner of misfortune. The beasts terrorizing settlements, blight ravaging crops, you know the sort of thing. All of which serves rather conveniently to make Elidibus's call for new heroes reverberate that much more loudly in the hearts of his audience. And you think these black-clad strangers are Asians? I do, and I fully intend to investigate further, though for that I shall require additional feet on the ground. You can count on mine. Gods know I've been itching to get out there for a while. Mayhap Urianger too can be prevailed upon to join in your efforts. He has already provided copious guidance on the matter of the spirit vessel's construction. It is for Becklog and I to wrestle with the rest. Well, if you can spare the old boy, we may as well make use of him. I'll go and give him the good news. Old boy, he's younger than you are. You'll do no such thing. However heedless you are of your own being, if you care at all for Rien's feelings, you'll stay in bed until you're needed. Alphino and I will find Urianger. All being well, we will have news to share by the time you return. Safe travels, Robin. Lest you misunderstand, I'm not averse to putting my feet up. It's being coddled like a brittle-boned nonagenarian that chafes. A what? Nonagenarian? The fuck? Oh, we need to go back to Revenant's Toll. Heard the writing. Oh wait, when did you say that? Sorry. Heard the writing was good, at least the latter parts of the game. What do you think of the story, besides that it's anime? I hope you're still here. Sorry, I missed that. The story... Overall, it's kind of bad. Like A Realm Reborn. First is A Realm Reborn, then it's Heavensward, then it's Stormblood, then it's Shadowbringers. A Realm Reborn is dog shit. Like, it's absolute, complete garbage. But that was also, like, the base game. And they kind of rebuilt the entire game from scratch, from 1.1.0. So because of that, it suffered a lot. But after that, they also learned a lot. And Heavensward is much better. Like, it's I don't know how many times better than the base game. Because A Realm Reborn is just a bunch of filler bullshit. Like, almost all of it is just garbage. And in Heavensward, it's actually like a story. And it's decently written. It has decent pacing. So, as long as you like can get to Heavensward, the problem is that it's like 200 hours to get to Heavensward. And at that point, you're so exhausted by all the dog shit in A Realm Reborn. And you have to do everything in A Realm Reborn for the rest of everything to make sense. But if you can get through that and get to Heavensward, then it becomes better. But Heavensward is, in my opinion, like a 6 out of 10 story-wise. Which to me is just above average. Like, my ratings are very low in general for things. Stormblood, after that, is more like a 5 out of 10. It has worse pacing than Heavensward, and it kind of sets up for future content more than anything else. But it's better, like, gameplay-wise. Like, it has better dungeons and it has better trial fights and whatever. They're a lot better and cooler. But Shadowbringers is like a 7 out of 10. Almost an 8 out of 10. But I'm gonna lean towards 7 out of 10 because it's still like an MMO. So the writing and the pacing takes a hit. But it's like, it's actually genuinely good. Because there's I don't know, like 6 times playing Shadowbringers that I like actually was brought to tears. 10 is perfect. I will never give anything a 10. But yeah, 5 is absolutely mediocre. Anything below that is like it's broken in some way. A Realm Reborn is absolutely, it's like a 2 out of 10. It's dog shit. Like, it's super ass. But you can play A Realm Reborn and Heavensward for free. All the way up to level 60. You can play the entire story for free with a trial account. It's only when you want to go to Stormblood you have to buy the game. Robin, what excellent, I mean awful timing. You see, our friends, they've taken a turn for the worse. Trials hardly had a moment's rest these past few days. She didn't want everyone to worry, so we've been keeping it quiet. But listen to me, I call myself a receptionist and I haven't even bothered to ask why you're here. So they think the spirit vessel will be ready soon, and they want to make sure there are no problems at this end. Oh, you better talk to Cryle. She is with the others in Dawn's Respite. Let's go and see her. Just prepare yourself, alright? But the story is just a gigantic, long visual novel with no choices, so, like, as long as that's something you can manage.
This way.
Why is it so dark? Why do they have pants on? Do you have any idea how difficult it would be for them to clean the poop? Like, they've been pooping, like, for several weeks. Just lying there pooping.
I would rather you hadn't seen this.
I'm sorry. We have urgent tidings.
Oh, no, I'm not angry with you. On the contrary. I know full well how hard everyone has been searching for a way to return home. And I had hoped to afford you the time you needed. But given our friend's present state, perhaps it was for the best that you came. Stiff and cold, all of them. As if they were made of wax. Barely alive at all. And they had been doing so well. Save for occasional signs of etheric instability, they appeared to be in passable health. Then, quite without warning, things took a turn for the worse. A change for which even Master Matoya could offer no explanation.
Where is she?
She could only remind me that the soul is yet an unknown frontier, and that much and more lies beyond our ken. But let's not lose heart just yet. At times like these, it is all the more important that we remain positive. Why? I but this moment succeeded in quelling a fluctuation in Thancred's ether. And while the others have weakened, they have remained relatively stable. I believe I may leave my post for a moment. So come, let me hear your tale outside.
Yeah, I know. What news from the first? I see. Work on the spirit vessel proceeds apace, but our friends begin to falter. As they themselves have observed, the link between body and soul has weakened. It's as simple as that. Now I'm still able to quench the fluctuations in their ether, but it's only a matter of time. We'll lose them if we don't act soon, so if the Exarch is ready to attempt something, let him attempt it. As for the spirit vessel itself, if we seek to draw upon Allagan wisdom, we could do worse than to consult an expert in the field. And I think I know just the man. Time being against us, it may be best if I go and solicit his aid in person, even if it does mean leaving my patients. Robin, could you spare a moment? While Kryl goes and finds this expert of hers, I mean. There's a gift I was hoping to send to our friends in the first, you see. And since we might be waiting a while, I wondered if you wouldn't mind giving me a hand with it. My first attempt turned out well, so I'm going to make it properly. I'll be in the kitchen at the House of Splendors. Meet me there. Why don't you have a kitchen here? Well, I had better be off too. I shall see you soon, either here or at the house, depending on how the patients fare in my absence. Hello, Isildur. I confess, there is not a great deal I can do myself, but I am no less determined to do my part, which is why I have focused my efforts on recruiting others to join our cause. You needn't concern yourself with affairs here in Eorzea. The situation at the Gimlet Dark is well in hand, thanks to the Alliance, and our efforts in containing potential primal threats have proven more than effective. Who else is here? Altonage just chilling as usual. With Ryle now out in the field, I was asked to return to make up for his absence. Alas, Hori and the others were unable to accompany me. Mistress Kryl has appraised us of the Archon's present and unexpected situation. You may rest assured that we will support her in any way we can to keep their bodies safe. Oh. Very based. One more hour. We'll push it one more hour. The kitchen? Is it upstairs? Holy shit, why don't you have a closer kitchen? There. There you are, Robin. As I'm sure you've guessed, the gift is a bit of home cooking. Unlike Kryl, I can't do much to help our friends directly, but that doesn't mean I've been idle. No, I've been doing my best for the Order, taking on this job and that to keep our coffers full. I've even helped out with the Ishgardian restoration. And in the course of all this, my culinary skills have come on quite a bit, so I thought, why not make something for our friends? It's baking in the oven even as we speak. Shouldn't be long now. We didn't even have to collect tea leaves or anything for her. There, baked to perfection, even if I do say so myself. Bread? It's bread. But not just any old bread. This here is old world bread. Archon loaf, to be precise. It's what they called it in Charlotte. Simple fare, I admit, but I thought it would remind our friends of home. If nothing else, Kryl tells me it's a good source of ether, so it should lend them a bit of strength at least. There truly is nothing like the smell of fresh bread from the oven. Kryl! And if it isn't Rambros, too. I trust you require no introductions either, Robin. Greetings, my friend. Full glad am I to see you well. I confess I had a long list of questions to ask you, but I will endeavor to contain my curiosity for the present. I understand our mutual friend is struggling with the appreciation of certain elegant application of certain elegant technologies. Alright, this is the guy from St. Coinar's Find. I have been keeping Rambros appraised of events in the First. Suffice it to say, he knows about the Exarch. If anyone alive can provide insight into this matter, it is him and his fellow sons. Loath as I am to disappoint you after so glowing an endorsement. Memory transference was the sole province of Allegan royalty. Its mechanisms closely guarded secrets. If any record of them remain, we have yet to find it. To wit, I regret that I can offer no solution to your problem. Which begs the question of why I bothered to come here, empty-handed as I am. The answer being, rather brazenly, to ask a favor. I would have you relay a message to our comrade. Tell him that we never doubted him. Never doubted that he would achieve all that he said he would. Those of us who remain behind have yet to play our part. But when the time comes, he may rest easy in the knowledge that we will most assuredly do so. And then when the tower shall shine once more as a beacon of hope, in this world and beyond. So tell him that we consider his duty done, and that we should follow his heart, and that he should follow his heart now. Forgive me, but do you say this to discourage him from overexerting himself, or to encourage him to hold nothing back? That is for our friend to decide, but either way I dare say a certain someone will be unimpressed. Well, there you have it, Rob. If you would be so good as to see Rambro's message and Tataru's read to their intended recipients, along with my report, of course. Kryl? Before I wrap the bread up, would you mind giving it a try? Just to make sure everything is as it should be? But of course, I'm always happy to lend my taste buds. So is it gonna be oishi, or is it gonna be whatever the opposite is? Excuse me, Rambros. As a fellow Charlian, may I trouble you for your opinion? Well, I usually have mine with a good dollop of roll and berry jam, but I suppose plain is best for sampling purposes. Munch, munch. I see, I see. Oh no, is it that bad? It is indeed, Tatar. Tense and unpleasant, exactly as it should be. Just so, the very taste of home. As you might expect, our countrymen have amassed a wealth of culinary wisdom from every corner of the world, but our native cuisine is, shall we say, a little lacking. In Charlian, the majority regard food as a source of nourishment rather than enjoyment, save for those few who actually research the culinary arts. We pay little heed to the niceties of taste and texture. It was against such a gastronomic landscape that what is now called the Archon Loaf was born, the creation of an Archon who devoted himself to the study of bodily sustenance. In order to maximize its nutritional value, he incorporated copious quantities of pulverized fish and vegetable matter into the dough, all with nary a care for those qualities which make bread enjoyable. The result is a flavor that continues to defy description. Yet for its many shortcomings, the loaf's nutritional value cannot be denied. And being a damnably convenient way to cater to one's bodily needs, it quickly found an audience amongst busy scholars. Why, when I was a lad, nigh every meal was a sandwich made with this very bread and whatever ingredients happened to be on hand. I suspect just about every Archon could say the same. Having been away from home so long, I thought I might have forgotten the tastes, but no, it's all too familiar. Ah, how it takes me back. If there is enough, perhaps you can spare some for the Exarch. He is certain to appreciate it. Oh, there's plenty to go around. I'll be sure to wrap up an extra slice. Robin, when you deliver the loaf, please be sure to send everyone my regards. Tell them we're doing everything we can, and that we'll be praying for their safe return until the moment they get back. Alright. Back with our DoorDash order. Is it our man? No. It was just a guy I saw. He had an owl head. Welcome back, my friend. How was your journey? By the 12 Archon Loaf. However did you come by this? I'd swear it had come straight from Charlotte. Rambrose said that, did he? Ah, his words are very nearly as heavy as the bread, but I appreciate the sentiment. Should you have the chance, you may tell him that he needn't work. That which I seek to do, I do of my own volition, and with all my heart. In pursuing this path, I fully expect to earn the censure of our friends, and to deserve it, but I shall forge on regardless. Forge on as you yourself did when faced with a similar predicament. So I ask that you have faith in me, in what we do. But we were talking about your journey. Before the others arrive, I would hear how their bodies fare. Oh, and the bread I shall save for later. Though it has been many years, I have not forgotten the feats of mastication required to consume it, nor how unconductive they are to conversation. Pitcher water and pot food? Yeah. I had like some chalky milk in my glass, and I haven't bothered clean it. So, pitcher water it is.
Forgive the delay.
We have visited every region and confirmed the presence of Ascians throughout the realm. Lest a grave predicament be made to seem hopeless, it should be noted that they are of inferior rank. The black-masked minions who answer to the red. Yes, a gaggle of schemers attempting to exploit recent events to sow the seeds of petty conflict. Fortunately, nothing of any great concern has come of their meddling just yet.
We also encountered a number of the Crystarium's former defenders, busily solving this problem and that in a bid to become warriors of light.
Their zeal is to be applauded. It is but a pity I cannot encourage them on their cause.
Not knowing Elidibus set them upon it, no. Both the troubles to be solved and the villains to be vanquished are his doing too, like as not. And so, with apologies to the aspiring warriors of light, I believe it best that we deal with the Ascians quickly and quietly.
I quite agree.
But tell us, what news from the source? How fare our bodies?
I'm sorry, but things have taken a turn for the worse.
Oh dear. Then we must redouble our efforts. Not that we've ever stinted in that regard.
This would seem an appropriate moment to ask about the spirit vessel. Tell me you've made some progress.
We have, as it happens. One moment.
One moment.
The red stones. Then this doth mean...
For the benefit of all, permit us to explain. As you will recall, using white auracite as our starting point, we fashioned a vessel for mind and memory both. Yet, though it served this purpose admirably, the process of imbuing it with one's complete essence proved a somewhat thornier proposition.
Thornier proposition?
Simply put, the memory would not accompany the mind. And so, we looked to the Allagan's mastery of memory transference for a solution.
Memory transference?
I can't get over it.
This approach was not without its own complications, however, relying as it does upon blood, which inanimate objects, notably, do not possess. We duly explored methods of suffusing the vessel with drops of the aforementioned. Alas, our painstaking experimentation succeeded only in making me feel faint, and singularly failed to imbue the crystal with the necessary properties. It was then that an idea occurred to me, namely that we might fuse the vessel not with normal blood, but with my crystallized essence.
You're doing this for our sakes. So far be it from us to complain. But don't think we haven't noticed what's happening to your arm.
It falls well short of offering up my life in exchange for yours, which was your only stipulated prohibition, as I recall. And it is but a small price to pay for delivering you home.
Assuming it works. We shall soon know if this grisly addition will serve as a suitable conduit for the subject's memory. Although not soon enough to warrant your waiting. The test is like to take a while.
Let us be off then. We have Ascians to attend to, among other things.
Forgive me, but I count 6 vessels, and there are only 5 of us.
Red turtles are bad.
One is for testing purposes. I will personally
Look away.
use it to see whether the crystal functions as it should.
And if it does, wouldn't that mean that your soul could also return to the source?
Yes. In theory, at least. But there is a distinct difference between your circumstances and mine. While your corporeal forms want for souls, my past self does not. Mayhap our essences would blend, or mayhap they would curdle. There is no telling what might occur.
And you'd be willing to take that risk?
I would.
I see.
Hast thou a moment, brother? I would speak with thee on the matter of the Exarch's mooted return unto the silence. Green equals good? Yeah, green is good. Thou wilt have observed that our friends spake not in certainties. Yet if Becklog hath the right of it, 'tis possible to predict the outcome of his plan with some confidence. And it is their assessment that, given the opportunity, the Exarch's soul should successfully merge with that of his younger self. Which is not to say the process is without complications. For one, the Exarch hath been subjected to an additional rejoinder, an experience with which have wrought a change in his ethereal composition. Oh yeah, I guess. Yeah, he has. As thou thyself didst demonstrate in merging with Ardbert, however, there existeth an affinity twixt like souls, and this doth give us cause to hope. Yet there remaineth one immutable condition upon which success doth hinge. The Exarch must needs recognize his past self as simply that, himself. As our recent travails have demonstrated, memories are essential to the soul. Any discrepancy in the form may feasibly cause the latter to spurn its former flesh. It is a seemingly simple yet complex problem. For nigh on a century, our friend hath striven only to deliver this realm, to deliver thee, and to that singular end did he cast aside his very name, that he might assume the mantle of the Crystal Exarch. Henceforth none can say what choices our friend will make, but I thought it only right that thou be made aware of these truths. Finally, a real quest. Right then, while the Exarch literally pours his own sweat and blood into his allotted task, it seems only fair that we attend to our own. Dealing with Elidibus and his minions. Just so. And there is one other matter. In light of our deteriorating health, Y'shtola should not be left alone in an idol. Might I trouble you to visit her, Robin? See that all is well. I would go myself, but I think she might be safer in the hands of one less prone to collapse. Why thanks. You may leave the Asians to us. Once they are out of the way, we will retire to Yulm, and when Y'shtola has finished plumbing the depths, I'd like the two of you to join us there. If you're bound for a nighter, I suggest you go via Venmont Yards. Our friends there will be glad to provide a boat for you. Let us be on our way then. Don't do anything I wouldn't. Wait, I have a gift for you, from Tataru. From Tataru, you say? Whatever could it be? Archon loaf, thou sayest? Why, even to hear the name doth transport me to times long past. Bread from another world? May I try some? Mayest thou, child? Thou must, that said. Though I personally disagree with the consensus, I do nonetheless advise thee to temper thine expectations. Wiser words have never been uttered. Though it rarely darkened our dining tables at home, I can attest that it was standard fare at the studio. Indeed, a slice was never far from our peers' hands. Alphino, you really are an unbearable snob sometimes, do you know that? What did he do? He didn't do anything. What I believe my colleagues are trying to say is that we appreciate the gesture. Tell Tataru we'll do our best to return before she is forced to seek further supplementary employment. Right, let's really be off now. We can find a drink to wash down the bread on the way. Alphino's like, what did I do wrong? Why did she yell at me? I don't know either, dude. Whoa! How is this boat going to take us where we're going? Like, we're literally going deeper than the bottom of the ocean. How are we going to get there with a boat? Oh, if they ain't the warrior of darkness himself, what brings you to these parts? Like a boat to take me to the bottom of the ocean. Heading out to sea, eh? But of course we'd be happy to help. Just say the word and I'll ready a boat.
Excellent. I had intended to speak with you alone. None of my doing, lest you misunderstand. The link between her body and soul wavers. I know not what you hoped to find here, but it will avail you naught to learn of our past.
Or Echo. I still hate this. The Echo is such a retarded concept. Reviewing the records yet again. Read. You worry too much, Elidibus. This dedication to your duty verges on obsession. You think some thought you ill-suited for the role. How wrong they were. But come, turn your gaze outside the window, my friend. The rains have ceased, and we have been graced with another beautiful day.
It fades. Fades away into oblivion. Does the world no longer have need of me? No. I am Elidibus, and I will fulfill my duty. Sundered though you may be, you fought for the world's salvation. For hope. Hope. Ah, it swells within me, empowers me. Now I may carry out my mission. And yet, why do I yearn for this? Why do I struggle so?
No!
I shall take her into my safekeeping. If you want her back, you will do as I ask. Show me your strength. I would take your measure. I have prepared a suitable arena. You need but ride the flow of ether.
Elidibus knows a lot about the struggle. You are familiar with this place, I believe. This remembered Amalur. Proceed to the capital. I shall return your comrade to you there. Enough of this. I am Kibbs! You speak as if you were disappointed in me. Why? I am your enemy and you mine. Our goals are in conflict and we are fated to clash. Or had you hoped that feigned sympathy and false understanding would cast your crimes in a less reprehensible light, that I would come to look upon you as a friend? You who have slaughtered my people, who would tear down everything we have built. You do not deny it then. Very well, let us change the cast of this trial. You will know what you have stolen from us. I know you. But do not imagine I crave remorse, only justice. A little more feminine than your character? Than my character? What, the last one guy we played? He just looks terrible. Forward, hero. We shall see how strong you have become. Let us begin. Rest assured, there are no tricks. You need but defeat the enemies before you. First, something easy. Those whom a budding hero might encounter at the beginning of his tale. And I believe I have the perfect subject. No! Let not their appearance stay your hand. Beneath the facade, they are merely monsters. Emo, no! I have to pull them a little bit so you can AoE them properly. There. Don't too far, Pepperlimo. He's like, these are the friends that you killed. And I'm like, alright, let's pull them closer so I can AoE properly. Kibbs. Oh, you mean the real Kibbs seems more feminine. All too easy, I see. But at least you now understand the rules. Thus, will we make our way to the capital? Are you trying to unnerve me? Come now. I made it plain that they were monsters. Be that as it may, even a monster could be someone's beloved. That is what I wished to impress upon you. But come, we shouldn't dwell on the beginning when so much of your story awaits. Your point may have struck closer if it wasn't for the fact that you guys have just been murdering us this entire time. Every tale requires villains. Defeat them and claim your place as a hero. Oh, guys. It's me. Well done, champion of Eorzea. Well done. Onwards then, over the bloodied bodies of the fallen. Hey guys, what are you doing here? You tasted the many sweet triumphs, yes, but so too did you taste the bitter tragedy. Who could forget the crystal braids, that idealistic, pathetic dream, born from a malformed creature? faces you know and loathe. Or let your hatred burn, and strike them down with all your might. Well, you're not giving me much choice, bro. With such ease yet again, you did always grow stronger with every battle. It seems it will take more than those monsters to leave an impression upon you. Or mayhap you simply fail to understand my meaning. Not that it matters. No, I have dealt with countless heroes, and always it ends the same way. No amount of reasoning will bridge our differences. Will result in happiness. For all. Whatever your reasons may be, I cannot be bound by them. I can but put faith in my own beliefs, and fight for them with all my being. Seems there's nothing for it but for us to fight. For a certainty, I am Elidibus, and come what may, I will fulfill my mission. To that end do I take your measure, and eventually I will eliminate you. Your hopes and dreams are inconsequential. But enough talk. It is not your assertions that I wish to know, but your strength. Falsely accused of regicide, you fled for the snow-swept fields of Kurthus. Had you and the Scions met your demise that day in the Sultanate, La Habrea might have been spared his. But not only did you stubbornly live, you hurled yourself into the thick of the Dragonsong War. Swept along by the tide of events, you pursued and slew those who sought to stop the unending conflict. Just as you were bid. Or was it a thirst for vengeance that drove you? Oh, yes. But I trust you are beginning to limber up. Do keep up the fine form. Hello, old boy. What are you guys doing here? Around heroes, people are wont to flock. People who harbor all manner of motives. Each baser than the last. Baster than baster. Come, let the curtains rise on the grand melee. No more than they deserve. In the end, their hand of friendship was tainted with personal desire. Where's Elidibus? Alright, bitch. You know what comes next. You put an end to the Dragonsong War. There is no saving your comrade this time. All you can do is cut off the serpent's head. No! Just as I pressed my damage button. What the fuck? This isn't fair. And as simple as that, a 1,000-year war is brought to its conclusion. But every end marks a new beginning, and for heroes such as you, there is only ever conflict. Now where'd you go? How are you enjoying the walk down memory lane? I dare say there will have been a few individuals for whom you harbor deep feelings, whose passing caused you keenest grief. That is what our people are to us, an irreplaceable existence that can ill be lost. I will save them, for they are my... Wait for him to continue. Never mind, we are not here to talk. Let us return to the task at hand. Emperor Solus had kindled an insatiable flame. Garlemald was its name. And it raged across the land, consuming all in its path. Following the trail of ash, you set forth for Alamigo when doomed into a storm of blood. Again, you fought, and again you grew strong, so strong that we could no longer control you. Yours is an unnatural, beastly strength, and we shall lay it bare. In order to gain a foothold in the liberation, you journeyed to the far eastern plains. There you encountered the land's greatest warriors and sought to win them over to your cause.
It's not enough!
The strong are drawn to the strong. Thus did you gather new allies to your battle. Yet, where ardent souls gather, so too do fires burn. In this way did you consign those around you to the flames. Burn them all, hero. Reduce them to nothingness, like the ephemeral morning dew they are. You didn't have this move, he and stop line.
I cannot fail.
Forgive me.
You did not hesitate. Perhaps you could not. No matter. Let us turn our attention to the finale. Here we shall have a test between fellow beasts. It is only fitting, would you not agree? When I fought you in this flesh, 'twas I who triumphed. Will you turn the tables this time? Come on. Oh. Is that all? He just disappeared. My creation appears to have lost its form. It's no easy thing to see through the eyes of a beast such as him. In any event, there is only so much to be learned by taking your measure this way. Let us try something different. Come, we wish we continue this within. Run, Gibbs! An impressive show of strength, but surely no more than a foretaste of that which Emet-Selch's conqueror is capable. Such might requires a fairer measure, to compare like with like, yes. I shall just have to test you myself. Come, Robin. Show me what you can do. Fallen Ward, Ardbert. Okay. Come on, bitch! I may not be the real Ardbert, but you would do well not to underestimate. All that made him the warrior he was, every battle waged, every blow swung. It is part of my very being. So come, fight me like you mean to take my head. I'm doing that. Good, good. I sense your murderous intent. Aye, you would kill me given the chance. Mayhap you think to recover his body. If so, prove that it's no use to me. Prove that I can't best you with it. Come at me with everything you've got. Oh, I used one too many. Might want to watch your step. Can't just explode all of them at the same time after you place them like that. I'll stop using the last one. I see. You are a different beast from when you faced my creations. Very well. I will transcend my very limits, and we'll see what you're truly capable Lands of Old. Arg! Hold nothing back, for neither will I. Yo, what's up? It's coming from. Huh? Oh, I have my answer. That took forever.
You have grown stronger since last we fought. The result of your trials in the first, no doubt.
Have you finished? My apologies. I freed myself as soon as I awoke, but rather too late, I see. Now, Elidibus, if you have ceased trading blows, I would trade words with you. I have a theory, you see. One concerning that which you seek to accomplish. It stems from who, or rather what, you truly are. A primal. The ancients created Zodiac to deliver the star from destruction. If the magic that brought him forth is the precursor of what we know as summoning, then Zodiac would have been instilled with a presiding desire. I found it among the records at Anida, and it came as no surprise. Were I faced with the world's destruction, I too would wish for the same. Salvation. I know that you sacrificed yourself to become Zodiac's heart. How you came to be separated from him is less clear. But if you are a fragment of his being, it stands to reason a desire for the world's salvation would drive you. And thus did you seek to inspire the masses to rise up as warriors of light, going so far as to use Ardbert as a symbol of hope.
Correct on all counts. Such is my nature, and such are my methods. I have aided heroes. I have made them. I have even become them. This served not only to strengthen me, but also to facilitate the work of my brothers, such as Emmett Selk, with his penchant for nation building.
then you will be all too familiar with the fickleness of mankind. We change, we forget, and what little we do remember becomes twisted and fragmented over time. For which reason, you deem us unfit to carry on your legacy. But are you, yourself, free of these foibles? As the last witness of the final days, do you remember everything that was lost? Or even the things you cared about?
Get to the point.
A primal is shaped by the hope that fuels it. Even should this hope be something as simple as the world's salvation, it is the collective desire of innumerable disparate souls crying out for deliverance. Having drawn your strength from such a cacophony of voices, can you truly be sure you still speak with your own?
Your question is irrelevant. No matter how much I should change, no matter how much I should forget, I shall ever remember my duty. At times I stand with my brethren. At times I stand against them. All that I might steer mankind and the very star upon their true course. For Elidibus is my name and my mission, guiding my every deed. But enough talk. You have shown me sufficient proof of your might. As I am now, I would struggle to defeat you. Yet I have still to play all of my cards. If I could offer you some semblance of sport, your lessers would pose no threat to me. Would you not agree, warrior of darkness?
It has been an eventful morning. If indeed it is morning, I have no idea how long I was unconscious. Regardless, I am gratified to see that my efforts at neither have borne fruit. We have confirmed the nature of our foe and his plot. Now then, what news from the surface? You are dying. I see. Then let us make for Yulmore at once. We have much to share with our comrades. Elidibus's parting threat not least of all. Ah, but forgive me. It would seem my belongings did not accompany me here. I will need to retrieve them from an item. With luck, the ethereal stream you traversed still lingers. I won't be long. What are you, darkness or light? Well, where were the warrior of light? Or what a warrior of light? It's literally just someone who is chosen by Heidelin, which is like the mother crystal, they call her. But in Shadowbringers you travel to the first, which is one of 13 shards that the world has been split into. And there, the world is more or less consumed by light. And there you take up the mantle as the Warrior of Darkness. And you start bringing back the night, more or less. That's why they call me Warrior of Darkness here. A peculiar crystal lies on the floor. Upon its surface, an array of light twinkles like a tiny constellation of stars. Day 4th. Bring honor to the seat of... The distorted voice of an ancient rings out in your mind, a moment preserved in the crystal, it would seem. Yeah, whatever. Put it in my pocket. Any more pebbles? You notice something else glinting up ahead. I thought we were gonna leave. More pebbles! You find 3 more crystals lying on the floor. Though they differ in color and decoration, each is identical in shape. You focus on the crystals and find that the words they hold ring clearer than before. Behold, my friends, embraced by the earth and caressed by the wind, vibrant life flourishes. All is right in creation. There can be no greater joy than to use our wisdom for the good of our people, no greater pride. May all know happiness, now and forevermore. Any more pebbles? There do not appear to be any more crystals in the hall. Perhaps it would be wise to continue the search outside. Fucking pebble hunt. Pebbles! Pebbles! How did you see that? Your instincts serve you true when you discover another 2 crystals. As you reach out with your consciousness, new voices begin to echo in your mind. The heavens are ablaze and the land rent asunder. What will become of the world? Is life itself to be denied? Come what may, we must not surrender to despair. If we but hold fast to hope, we may yet find a path to salvation. Pebbles? The voices tell an incomplete tale. Might more remain to be found. The thing is, I want to go back to a town so I can log out and get the rested bonus. They keep me here. They're keeping me here. You soon discover 2 more crystals. Rather too soon, in fact, as if someone wanted you to find them. Everything burns, crumbles, decays. I hear the lamentations of my brethren, and soon there will be only silence. We will deliver our star from its doom, this we swear, so please dry your tears. Whatever awaits at the end of your search, it's plain you have yet to find it. Sure enough, your persistence is swiftly rewarded, this time with 3 crystals. Time is come. We shall rewrite the laws of creation, and we shall save our star. From this life our Savior born, may I be worthy of the honor. I feel my soul turning, slowly but irrevocably, and the power I wield begins to seem terrible. But this is right. This is right. Don't you have a Hearthstone equivalent in this game? Yeah, you do. You can teleport anywhere, pretty much. As long as there's an Aetheryte. The tale of the crystals weaves seems to near its end, but it isn't over yet. Just didn't want to go back here. It's not very far though. There's Aetheryte. How many crystals can there be? Come on. He's found like 40 pebbles right now. With almost melancholy inevitability. The 12th crystal soon reveals itself to your questing eye. Though salvation is ours, it came at a great sacrifice. All that remains is to pray. To pray that we will one day meet again beneath a blue sky. Alright, dude. Yeah, I'm gonna stop really soon. Thanks for hanging. Judging by its testimony, it would seem the voice was recorded in the wake of the final days. Gone is the brilliant radiance of life, replaced by the sickly glow of malformed creatures. Is this to be how it ends for we who love the star with all our being? No, I will not suffer it to be so. Well, well, we meet again, my new old friend. Deus. How good of you to remember. Ah, I see you have been collecting stars. I speak of those crystals. They have constellations etched upon them, yes? High in the heavens, those stars shine their guiding light down upon the lives below, fitting symbols for the convocation of 14. Do you not agree? As you will have gathered, each crystal bears an account of the life of a member of the convocation, as remembered by the Unsundered. Lest you worry, they aren't concepts. They are far too incomplete to be so. But they suffice for imbuing memories within sundered souls, that they might be restored to their office. Keep them. I am sure Emmett Selk wouldn't mind. So, how fare you of late? You are feuding with Elidibus this time, I believe. I shall refrain from passing comment on your struggle. It is not my place to do so, long departed as I am. But if I may give voice to a personal desire, I would rather you lived. If you do not, how will you keep your promise to Emmett Selk, the promise to remember? It must weigh heavy, the burden of all those memories. To one who has lived a life such as yours, I can well imagine how Elidibus' existence might seem hollow, how empty his single-minded pursuit of a half-forgotten cause must appear. But know that his devotion is not without reason, even if he himself can no longer remember what the reason is. Well, that is quite enough talk about Elidibus. I will see if you can reunite the wayward stars. I mentioned before that there was a member of the Convocation who opposed Zodiark's summoning and defected, one whose office was left vacant. Defectors having been deemed unworthy of commemoration, no crystal exists for the individual in question. Or shouldn't exist at any rate, and wouldn't had a friend not created one in secret. A crystal bearing the forgotten name of his office, along with a magic of his own conceiving, a singular incantation embodying his spirit. Among all the offices, the 14th was most unusual, for while the rest sat enamored, its holder was charged with gaining an intimate knowledge of the wider world. In the course of his duty, he traveled the length and breadth of every land and befriended countless folk. He encountered troubles too, of course, matters which he could simply have referred to the Convocation, but that was not his way. Nay, more often than not he would call upon his comrades and together resolve matters themselves. Such is the magic seal within that crystal, the magic to summon the stars to your side. In time of greatest need, should you wish upon it with all your heart, it will surely answer your call. And now, it is where it belongs. Oh, there is no need for thanks, but nor will I hear of any complaints about it either. After all, I cannot say whether I act on my own volition or by the will of my recreator.
I was wondering where you'd disappeared to.
Sorry, I found some pebbles.
Is something troubling you? No? Very well. I have everything. Let's hurry back to the surface.
Ah, fresh air at long last. I would celebrate my return to dry land with a pot of tea, had we the luxury of time. But we must be prepared for Elidibus. Given what we know, it is plain he will not be deterred from his cause. And nor would I, were I him, not if it meant forsaking everything I loved. That said, I have not forgotten how Emet-Selch sought to find common ground with us, for all our misgivings. Ultimately, our differences were not to be bridged, of course, but one must always try. Emet-Selch understood this, and if his gesture resonated with you, perhaps you might consider reaching out to his brethren. Though it may be all for naught, you of all people know that there is no such thing as a foregone conclusion. Please, no long cutscenes. I just wanna... Right. No more musings. We have taken far too long as it is. Our friends await us in Yulmore, yes? Let us hurry and join them. Yes, please. Let's just go to Yulmore. Just go to Yulmore. As long as it doesn't trigger a cutscene now just by entering. That'll be it. Yep. Well, let's see. How far did we actually get? The Converging Light. We are halfway. We made it halfway. Exactly. And tomorrow is going to be a late stream, and we'll see how we end up doing. If we do another late nighter, 2 in a row, that's gonna be rough. Hello, Moisture Man. I'm turning the stream off. So, until next time, thanks for hanging. Have a good night. Bye-bye.